Commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. Today is Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Marriott, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
And if you can please
Here.
silence your cell phones. Thank you.
Commissioner Philps?
Here.
Commissioner Resnicki? Here. Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Here.
Mayor Petrilla?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments to the agenda as proposed?
I was thinking, would it be beneficial to do the resolution first? So the folks that are here for the majority, I assume, are here for that, and then get to the onesie-twosie business last? Or,
It's all consent, so unless we're pulling anything from the consent, there's no need to. Would anyone like to pull anything from the consent? No?
Nope.
Then there's no point. Cool.
I'm good.
Can I please have a motion?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Philps?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we move on to audience comments. City Attorney, you indicated you want to make a
Well, okay, yeah, so if you're gonna have audience comments, on just general audience comments, they cannot be regarding, item, 4A, which is the quasi-judicial resolution for the conditional use permit on the Serrata. Where we left off on that was that we finished everything, except for your part, which is the deliberation part and your vote. We had all agreed that the public comment part had ended. Both the city and the applicant have made their presentations, and the commission had asked all the questions that of their experts that they wanted to ask. So, in my opinion, that the public comment part of this agenda should just be strictly about something that's not on this agenda. So keep it restrained to that, so that we're not going to be taking any more public comment about the Serrata CUP application.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
We do. Wendy Fruland? Tom Rask?
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Tom Rask, unincorporated, Pinellas County. I will not be speaking about the CUP. I don't live in the city. I don't have an opinion about it per se, and even if I did, because it doesn't impact me enough where I live, I don't think it would be right for me to offer an opinion. It should be decided. The people who should speak on it are the ones who are impacted by it. Okay. So, full disclosure, last night, Mr. Dickman's aware, I gave him a courtesy copy. I did file a lawsuit against the city alleging violations of the Florida Public Records Law and the Florida Sunshine Law, and also one aspect of the Sunshine Law, people be given the reasonable opportunity to speak that they're guaranteed by statute. So today, I wanted to talk about, so I should also mention that I publish a blog. I'm a small business owner. I'm a real estate developer in Manatee County. I do other things, but for me, this is all about the process. That the process be what it should be. Then everyone can live with the outcome. I say that for those who don't know. I publish a citizen journalism effort. You can see it under TampaBayGuardian.com. And we did cover the accusation of pervasive bias that was brought against the mayor and the request to recusal. And I want to pick up on that a bit. And I want to display this document. We can go to that, which is the what I found on Mr. Dickman's own website. I'm sorry, I'm trying to make it straight here. And so what I want to show you is, I've underlined, it says Mr. Dickman is the city attorney for the city of St. Pete Beach, and then has a role with another municipal government. And then right after that, it says his passion is for advocating for, among other things, progressive urban planning, clean water, low-impact development. Now, personally, I don't see how progressive urban planning and low-impact development go together. But I want you to note that this comes right after he states his professional responsibilities. If he said at the end of his bio that, I enjoy biking, reading, long walks on the beach, and low-impact development, progressive urban planning, I'd understand. But my point is, the argument could be made that he has a bias. I'm not making that argument, but if we want to go there, then we get off the main issue. And the main issue is, of course, the CUP, which we'll be talking about and deciding on later. So I'll remove this now and continue. So I didn't find that. I didn't make this up. This is from his own website. And at the very least, I suggest that you review this and look at it, if I can direct Mr. Dickman through the mayor, look at how this is viewed by other people. Look at how it can be used to make certain arguments. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next audience comment, please.
Jolyn Lawson.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Jolyn Lawson, 5407 Leilani Drive, and just have a few comments. I think most people know that I am the director of Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group, and I just have a few thoughts to share on behalf of the group. St. Pete Beach is a treasure, and it is our shared treasure. We cherish the white sand beaches, open skies, and family-friendly, laid-back atmosphere. This classic old Florida character draws people from all over the world to call it home. We know that there will be development and redevelopment in St. Pete Beach. This is a fact and could be celebrated. We are not fighting the idea of development. We just want it to be done right. It is solely in your power to make decisions that ensure, as our area grows, what we love most about our community is not lost. Imagine a legacy that prioritizes environmental stewardship, preserves our history, and family-friendly atmosphere. When developers knock on your door, we depend on our public officials to ask the right questions. Does it fit? How is this impacting the community? How is it impacting safety? How will it add to our character and way of life? And who is it really benefiting? And when developers make threats, ask yourselves why. Since moving here several years ago, I have been amazed by the commitment of my friends, neighbors, and others in the community who have been standing up for the unique character of the community for over 2 decades. The community's involvement with Protect St. Pete Beach Advocacy Group, which is in the thousands, approaches the number of those who voted in the last St. Pete Beach election. When there is a consensus in the community that something is special, it is important to take note. Will sunsets and sea turtles be replaced by concrete canyons? It's up to you. Thank you.
No clapping, please. I'm going to ask you,
Shefstad.
out of respect, please silence your cell phones, no clapping, and please be quiet while they speak. I want to hear from everyone. We all do. And if you're speaking over them, clapping with them, we can't hear them. So thank you.
Thank you.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Teresa Shefstad. I'm at 555 Gulfway, St. Pete Beach. Good evening, commissioners, mayor, and city officials. In the years that I've watched some applications come before the city, some of which I've had a minor involvement with, I would like to respectfully request to make a suggestion regarding the underwriting process. There appear to be 2 major subject matters not thoroughly underwritten by the city when reviewing applications. The first is as it pertains to the applicants. There should be a full presentation of the applicants, its entities, and including its principals. The underwriting should include no less than a presentation of the legal organizational structure, financial analysis, review of prior projects, and background of all parties, including as to their character. In any business transaction, it is vital to know your partner. I find the lack of this information is somewhat upside down when, in your roles, you are required to complete Form 6, providing intrusive financial information about yourself. Yet similar knowledge of an applicant, its entities, and principals are lacking. The second underwriting weakness is there appears to be a lack of financial reconciliation of the cost and purported offsetting benefits which are expected to occur, including throughout the entire life of the project. This should also be risk-weighted. My apologies if I have missed these two underwriting presentations on the applications that I have reviewed. I appreciate you allowing me to present these suggestions. And just one other remark as an objection, for the record, I find it intimidating for the Serrata applicants to
Mr.
be
Mayor.
sitting outside.
That needs to be
I
stricken.
object.
They're sitting outside of the audience, and that's not appropriate. It's an intimidation factor. Thank you.
Well, Mayor, once again, I want to say that anything that's said here right now is not part of the CUP Serrata application record and shall not be used for that purpose.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Deb Scheckner.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Oh, yes. Deborah Scheckner, Boca Ciega Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach. I have a little information, if you don't mind, if you pass it out. So that piece of paper I just handed you comes from a gentleman who is over in Orlando, and he is the chairman of the East Orlando Chamber of Commerce. And he indicates that according to American Hotel and Lodging Association, domestic travelers stay an average of 5 days or nights, foreign usually 9 nights. So for Orlando, he goes into the, it's obviously a lot more than we have. And my question, this is what he's saying, for this committee and my other remarks, public servants to consider this. Do tourists take showers? When they visit, do they flush toilets? Do they drive on streets? Do they rely on our police, fire, emergency services when necessary? Do they use the emergency rooms when ill? These are just some of the few important questions that we have to ask ourselves. And the reason I'm bringing this up is a bed tax is only used to bring more tourists. Yet in many cities across the United States, they're realizing they need some of that bed tax money for their infrastructure, for their library, for their water, their purification. And those statutes were created over 50 years ago. So at some point in time, we need as a city maybe to join other cities, so maybe League of Cities or something like that, because it's very important for us to get some of that bed tax money. And we, St. Pete Beach, give much more to the state and to the county than we ever get back. And that's fine. I like my money to go to social services and whatever else we need for the county. But at the same time, development shouldn't cost us, and quite frankly, it does. I have a couple of minutes. I just wanted to remind you that I've been involved in this for over 20 years, countless meetings, and never have the residents been more stronger than I'm seeing now, especially the new ones, who are not anti-development, but anti-huge. They want responsible and reasonable, and these have been the words for 20 years. We're a beautiful city. We love it here. Our beach is amazing. I saw an old picture of Coney Island, New York, and when I tell you that people were this much, you couldn't even get a blanket down there. I don't want our beaches to be that busy, and they are already getting that busy. So we really need to look at our future.
Thank you.
Julie Causey.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Julie Causey at 132 Punta Vista Drive. I love St. Pete Beach, but am deeply concerned about the safety of pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists. 35 miles an hour on Gulf Boulevard is too fast for as many pedestrians that will be crossing the street. I have personally almost been hit using the crosswalk too many times to count. When I worked at the Bellwether, which is across the street from my house, I crossed the street at 2:50 p.m. as well as 12 a.m. and later. And people do not regard those flashing lights. Motorists don't know what to do with them. So I do this often, but tourists don't realize how dangerous it is. I would like to propose the city do a density study based on the effects of building out the entire resort district at full density. How will that impact pedestrian safety, traffic, infrastructure, and emergency services? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Tricia Brogan.
If you will please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Tricia Brogan, 902 Boca Ciega Isle, and I would just like to make a comment about current traffic. In the last year, the island that we live on, you have to go down 46th Avenue and pull out to get on Gulf Boulevard. 2 times I've almost been hit trying to pull out, and for anyone who travels it daily, I am pulling onto Gulf Boulevard, and it just seems like right now, if I can't pull out and if the light hasn't turned, then I'm turning to the right. So currently, it is very dangerous. In the next 2 months, we're going to get into spring break. There'll be even more traffic. So I do have future concerns about traffic and construction. On our island, for almost a year, we dealt with construction primarily right in front of our house. So every day, there were the guys working. So I just want everyone to consider moving forward our future and what the current traffic is and how that does affect local residents. Thank you.
Terry Grocott.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Terry Grocott, 2841 Alton Drive. I'm going to apologize because I forgot my readers.
If you please just look closer to the microphone.
Oh, am I not enough? Okay. I'd like to talk about the St. Pete Beach Comprehensive Plan, which was in development during and signed just after the Great Recession. And since issuance of the plan, our country had encountered a national pandemic. These events significantly reshaped the landscape of our community and its economic potential. Understandably, the plan was based on the best available knowledge at the time. There was no way to project that our country, let alone our community, would experience after the pandemic. For reasons ranging from weather to political response, Florida saw and continues to see an unprecedented growth, which is accompanied by an influx of revenue. Therefore, we need to take the opportunity to pause, consider, and reshape our vision for the future. This includes how we approach large-scale development in our community. I'm not advocating for scrapping the comprehensive plan or under the pretense that we can or should insulate St. Pete Beach from redevelopment. I'm advocating a reevaluation of our comprehensive plan, which includes a holistic approach in reviewing and deciding on plans for the future redevelopment of our community based on current population data. The Live Local Act, which was passed at the state level by an overwhelming majority just last year, is already under revision this year. And to quote one of our state representatives, he said, "I know with the passage of any large, complex policy, sometimes during implementation, we learn about the need for minor adjustments. The city's comprehensive plan is over 200 pages and is dated. Although it may have undergone a thorough review at the regional and county level at the time of issuance, that does not discount the need for an updated review and potential modifications." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner Lorenzen, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just want, how many cards do we have, City Clerk? Because I respect everybody's right to speak, and we've certainly been listening for months, but I feel like a lot of folks are kind of dancing around the issue that we're not supposed to be talking about with public commentary.
There are 4 more.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa Robinson.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
I might get this right this time. Lisa Robinson, 7100 Bocasaga Drive. I just want to know where our comp plan review stands, because last year we were doing a review on the comp plan, and I don't know where it stands at this point, how far it's gotten along, especially in light of the local act that was enacted 8 months ago. So is that being taken into consideration at all in our comp plan review? And then I question if we should have a building moratorium enacted so we can actually get real data for traffic, for safety, and other infrastructure. We deserve that. We deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruda Hantz.
City Manager. City Manager.
Yes.
Maybe we can add for the agenda for the next, just a note as a discussion item, an update on the comprehensive plan review, since we've had a few comments on that, and since we actually have a firm working on that, maybe we can just have an update just so that we can update residents and kind of let them know where we are in the process. That'd be great.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Ruda Hantz, 7711 Coquina Way. When my family moved to St. Pete Beach in the 1980s, it looked like an elegant resort town. Today, where I live in District 1, we are starting to look like a third world country with water lines continually breaking and bubbling up through the concrete in our sidewalks and streets. Over the past 3 years, we have not gotten a direct hit with even a minimal Category 1 hurricane. Yet on at least 3 occasions over the past couple of years, many of my neighbors' homes and yards flooded with salt water, some of them multiple times. More than 4 beautiful large mango trees within a few blocks of my home that I am guessing must be over 20 years old, all died due to the saltwater flooding. These trees have been here for decades. Yet what was it about this past year that caused so much saltwater to stagnate and not drain out? Over half of the landscaping in my neighborhood has been destroyed, leaving us with nothing but dry weeds left from the saltwater and expensive landscaping losses left to the citizens to pay for out of their fixed retirement incomes. I don't see this sort of damage and flooding happening in the commercial district on Gulf Boulevard, but I do know our city's underground piping and sewer systems that the residents have are around 60 years old and badly in need of upgrading as our population gets more and more dense. Many of my neighbors can no longer afford to continually repair their flood damages or carry flood insurance. Please do whatever it takes to update the pumps and sewer systems and broken down streets where our residents live to the same standards that we see in the commercial district on Gulf Boulevard. I am asking the city commissioners to remember your fiduciary duty is first to us, the residents, who you are supposed to be representing. We are tired of just temporary patches being used to fix our underground systems. Please, let's get these issues fixed permanently and properly to modern standards reflecting our previous reputation as a first-class resort town. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Bailey. John Kurzman.
Mr. Kurzman, since I don't think you were here for the original instructions, you may have a public comment on any subject and topic you wish, except for the Serrata conditional use application,
They
since
will
the
not be
public
mentioned, and my comment is very general.
Thank you, sir.
It is about conditional use.
You'll please state your name and address for the record.
John Kurzman, Beyond the Way South. I've spoken before about the fact that the ordinance about conditional use was published as being about public security, and I had thought that was wrong, and I did work with the city clerk, and we did determine that it was supposed to say public scrutiny. And the intent was that it's, conditional use is supposed to have increased public scrutiny. And what I'm just trying to understand is how we can implement increased public scrutiny for conditional use. It's very important. There's a lot of analysis that's supposed to happen. And if public scrutiny is done, if it still results in just 3 minutes of public comment, regardless of the scrutiny, if it only results in 3 minutes of public comment, how does that actually turn into anything of meaning? And we have other committees. We have beach stewardship committees. We have planning board committees. And it would be a shame if it all just ends up resulting in the finish line of it sitting on the laps of the city commission when we get to the trade winds and all these other hotels that will come before you. So I'm just hoping that at some point we can come up with a way to let increased public scrutiny turn this into something meaningful to help you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana Richardson?
Please state your name and address for the record.
Dana Richardson, 5830 Bahama Way South. I'm here because we are at the beginning of many developments, and we need to make sure we have a cohesive look to our beach community. Many adjectives are used by locals and visitors in describing our beach community, such as retro, vintage, quaint, old Florida, laid back, or mid-century. Because character at our beach town is so important to us, I think we need to form an architectural review committee, and I'm willing to volunteer to serve on that committee. We need this to be involved in the city's decisions on what the character of our town should convey. I would like to mention a few snippets from various blogs and articles. When Stephen Hansen bought the Travelodge, plans to demolish and rebuild were strongly opposed by the community. Citizens eventually encouraged Hansen to renovate and preserve the historical motel, which is now the Surfer Chick Postcard Inn. The Saint Hotel in St. Pete Beach recently debuted with a fresh and modern concept that harkens back to the property's 1950s roots. The hotel was originally a 1950s built beach motel that we completely renovated. When considering the design, we were inspired by that era and incorporated retro touches that invoke the spirit of glory days. Even in the rain, I love driving from the very southern tip of Paso Grill all the way up to John's Pass. Business names like the Undertow Beach Bar, the Freaky Tiki Surf Shack, and Polynesian Putter opened since 1967 and one of the oldest mini golf courses in Florida. Left me swooning with an undeserved nostalgia for old Florida. I was too young to really know, but I love that about St. Pete Beach. St. Pete Beach, home to TripAdvisor's #1 beach in the U.S. in 2021. This friendly, laid-back beach town is part family destination and part low-key haven for aspiring beach bums. I just want to leave with this, that we need an architectural review committee comprised of citizens that are involved to help give a cohesive look to our community. And I again say I volunteer for myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the comments I had.
Thank you. Next, we have item 3, the consent agenda.
I have a question. Were the people that registered online allowed to speak, or did
I did call. I called Wendy Fruland and nobody came up.
Can I still come up?
Yes, please. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Wendy Fruland. I live at 6361 Third Palm Point. I love the feel of our community. To me, St. Pete Beach still possesses a small town feel I grew up with. I've lived my entire life on St. Pete Beach dealing with the shortcomings of living in a tourist community. The inconveniences are such a small price to pay to live in what others feel fortunate just to be able to visit. I feel so much pride when I meet people that tell me how much they've enjoyed visiting our town and our beautiful beaches. Our beaches are amazing. Each of you voting tonight on this cup have such power right now. Power in determining the future of our city.
Ma'am,
am I not allowed to mention
we're not talking about the CUP.
Okay. Well, let me skip over that. I do believe that the hotels need an upgrade. Am I allowed to say that?
If you'll please limit your comments to just general anything, not,
Okay, well, the reason that our hotels continue to be full is because we have an amazing natural resource here, which is our beautiful beaches. Other people that see that are the developers that come and are blinded by the greed. The power that each of you possess right now is not stopping development.
Ma'am,
Development is coming and we need it.
I'm sorry, but we're very specific on the ground rules.
Okay, well, let me skip down here to, I'm truly pleading with you to maintain our city's control over our future. Please do not be swayed by promises of
Okay,
minor
ma'am, I am,
inconveniences.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to relinquish your
Okay.
time at this point.
Okay, let me just
If
get to
you'll,
this. I'm asking you
I'm
to
sorry,
listen. This doesn't have anything to do with the developers.
I know, but I've asked you now.
And I have a minute and a half left. I'm just going to say, I'm asking you to represent the people you are appointed to represent.
Ma'am,
Okay, so.
we gave instructions at the beginning. I'm sorry you weren't here for those. I repeated the instructions multiple
But I
times.
felt like I fit in there, so I apologize if I don't.
Thank you.
I'm just hoping that you can represent all of the citizens.
Thank you.
here.
City Clerk, do we have any other further audience comments we may have missed?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. May I please have a motion on the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve 3A through 3D.
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Rosnicki,
Yes.
Commissioner Lorenzen,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Filtz.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 4A, quasi-judicial hearing resolution 2023-21. City Clerk, would you mind reading?
A resolution of the City Commission of St. Pete Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use permit pursuant to sections 35.3B1 and 35.4B of the Land Development Code to allow construction of a 290 temporary lodging unit, 10-story, 115-foot, 6-inch tall hotel with rooftop features not to exceed 127 feet, 6 inch in total height from base flood elevation on the northern portion of the site, and 130 temporary lodging unit, 8-story, 88-foot, 6-inch tall hotel with rooftop features not to exceed 100 feet, 6 inches from base flood elevation hotel on the southern portion of the site, along with ancillary and accessory structures, and permit a rooftop dining and drinking amenity that includes the playing of outdoor music to parcel 801-72000010 with addresses of 5300, 5350, 5380, and 5390 Gulf Boulevard, incorporating the conditions outlined herein and providing for correction of Scrivener's error and an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney, you had...
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much. I just want to cover a few due process items. In a minute, I'm going to request that each of the commissioners just do another disclosure of any ex-parte communications you may have had or any independent research you may have done since the time of the last hearing. As you know, that this was before you on the 21st of February last week, so I just want to make sure that that time period is covered and that there aren't any issues related to that. I do also want to put into the record the work that the city staff has done under the manager's direction to accommodate the public, not only in the chambers here, but also upstairs in the conference room and outside of the conference room and outside in the parking lot. There were accommodations made for everyone to be able to participate in the public hearing that took place on the 21st. I want to commend the commission for their attentiveness. This was a 10.5-hour long public hearing. I think everyone did a really good job, including the public. You gave plenty of time to the public to speak. hours, in fact, and then accommodating several groups to give them extra time to speak. I believe the staff did a really good job of presenting the item, and then the applicant had plenty of time to present their application and then time for rebuttal. So where you are right now was that you had decided that all questions had been asked of the applicant's experts, and I don't think she has, they don't have their entire expert team here, so that's why they don't have them here, because you had already asked questions of everybody. Staff is here if you have questions of them, but where you are in the process really is just time for you to wrap it up and decide amongst yourselves, deliberate amongst yourselves on a conditional use. Your choices are to deny it, to approve it, or approve it with conditions. And part of those conditions can be additional conditions than the conditions that were published in the agenda. You can craft new conditions that are within reason, and that would entail some dialogue between the applicant during that process. And I see that the applicants, the owner of the project, are here with us via Zoom. So that, right, correct? And I'm sorry, and I apologize, sir, and in person. So, you know, presumably, if it were to be an approval with conditions, you know, you would hope that you would want to get buy-in on those conditions on the record. So, with that, I'll happy to answer any questions, but I do want each of you to do a brief disclosure of any ex-parte communications or independent work that you've done since the last hearing, so that it's disclosed and there's no presumption of prejudice.
Guess we'll go down the row there. I have none, just more emails and more conversations with people on the sidewalk.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I spoke with, and this is after, obviously, since from Wednesday, I spoke with staff, including Mr. Saunders, Brandon, Mike Clark, Brett Warner, Chief Kilpatrick, Fire Marshal Kelly, Jennifer McMahon. I spoke with several, well, verbally, not a lot of residents, but I did speak with a couple. Mike Gordon, who is from the C-Mark, Deb Rothenberger, who is with Dune Savers. I kind of mentioned that a little bit at one point with the landscape architect, just to kind of familiarize the applicant as to whom that person is. Several emails from residents, a lot of the same residents who spoke today did send emails, those in favor and those not in favor of the project, just as a disclosure. I spoke with the State Representative Linda Cheney. I had a couple of texts, but mostly ended up being emails because I asked them to email. I did share all my emails with our clerk, so that's on the record as well. I did speak with, I did some research on Senate Bill 102 as well.
Thank you. In addition to my previous disclosure, I've reviewed the package, Land Development Code, comprehensive plan. I met with several residents at my regular mayor's office hours, and I received several emails from residents, staff, and the applicant that I read and reviewed. Commissioner?
All right. Since the 21st of last week, I've spoke to people in our community. I've reviewed as many emails, texts, voicemails as I could. I spoke to city staff, reviewed the applicant's packet, reviewed comprehensive plan and land development code, and reviewed the conditions.
Since the meeting last week, I've spoken to numerous residents and business owners in St. Pete Beach, city staff, and the applicant's council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
City, good?
I think we're ready to go. I think it's, I want to remind, you know, anybody who is going to speak here today, you were sworn in under oath at the prior hearing, so They're still operating under oath. If you have questions of anybody that spoke here yesterday, I mean, at the last meeting, if they were not sworn in, then we can swear them in.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so where we are now is we've heard the information from the applicant, we've heard from the city, we've heard from our residents, we've heard from numerous experts, we asked questions. And so all that remains for us at this point is to deliberate the merits of this conditional use application. As the city attorney stated, we essentially have three options. We can say yes with conditions, we can say no. And I think probably the first thing we should discuss is, you know, we can't talk about conditions if we haven't settled whether we should move forward or not move forward. And so I think that's the first part that we need to deliberate is, you know, where do we see this project? Is it a project that we're, you know, feel has, you know, potential, or is it one that we need to deny? And then we can have further discussion if necessary. Open the floor, and whoever has can start.
Would it be beneficial to fellow commissioners? A lot was said during the last meeting. I'm not sure how much of it was, please do this, or how much of it was, think about it. But the staff spent some time putting together some additional conditions, or at least draft conditions, I think was really the main thrust for us to consider if we want to proceed with any of those. So would it be beneficial to kind of look those over and, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, or no, we don't need that type of thing?
I think that implies that you want to move forward. And so I think maybe the first step we do is it a yes or no? And then if yes, then we can look at conditions. If no, then we don't need to look at conditions.
Move forward with deliberations? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes for me.
And I know Brendan worked really hard, and your staff, as well as the city manager, on a lot of things that were said at the last meeting. As far as moving forward and discussing it, I do agree that we should move forward and discuss potential conditions with this application, because I feel, and it's not just feel, I know there's things that I would like to see addressed that I've spoken to in the past, not to mention at the last meeting, hence a lot of these conditions that were written. But I would like to, since we did not have the opportunity to talk amongst each other, I would like that opportunity.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to start by making a comment that I've spoken to and heard from a lot of people in our community, as we all have up here, people who are on totally opposite ends of the spectrum regarding this project and regarding redevelopment as a whole. I appreciate all of your comments, and I especially appreciate those of you that do it in a polite and professional manner. With that being said, to what we just talked about, I want to hear everyone's opinions. That's why we're here. Also, maybe some questions and clarifications on some of these conditions. Okay.
Yes, for me, I think we should be moving on to discussing potential conditions and if we can come to some agreement, absolutely.
Okay, so anything in particular that you wanted to discuss as far as conditions?
Do we want to go down the row that the staff has presented, or maybe an easier way is, I think we've all reviewed these, hopefully, my fellow commissioners, so are there any that you absolutely want to see in there? I see some that I think are good ideas, and I see some that, not so relevant. So that's my question.
Well, I've got a question on, and I'm going off of the new numbers, 13 and 14. Maybe this is a question for the applicant, but do we know for a fact if it would be a JW Marriott if approved?
Mr. Young, they're asking if you know for sure at this point that it would be a JW Marriott.
It can be if we want it to be. We have the documents to sign that they've already signed in our office.
Can you come to the podium and state your name? Thank you, sir.
Can it be a JW, or am I sure of it is the question, right? And the answer is yes. I have the documents to sign that I won't sign until we get approval. And I need, these are all also leverage for me to, with doing other things with Marriott. So they want this very badly, and we're going to give it to them realistically. And yeah, it's up to me. They've already approved it.
Okay. I guess the question would be the same for the Hampton Inn.
Just state your name for the record.
Okay.
And just state your
William
name.
Young, President of Columbia, Sussex.
He was asking if it's the same for Hampton Inn. Is it definitely a Hampton Inn?
Yes, it's also definite with Hampton Inn. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a question, just so that we can kind of stay a little organized so we don't jump
Yep.
around. Would it be helpful, and also for the staff, because if we're changing any of these conditions or adding any conditions while we're talking about it before a decision is made, to kind of help them kind of stay organized? I know it's a lot. You know, it's easy to go one, no questions, two, and it doesn't mean that, you know, what the overall, but we have, you know, so we don't miss anything. That's right, and also help them in the process as well.
So I want to make sure I heard you correct. So you want to go down every condition, not just the
I'm not
ones?
saying reading them all, but since we all, I would assume all of us have looked through these, that we would know whether we had anything additional to talk about or clarification, kind of like Commissioner just did right now, to clarify something. Would that be helpful for you, City Manager, as well?
I think all of you have this document that has some red
Yeah.
typing in it. The red are things that were added or changed from the last meeting. Everything else in black was same as it's been in the last meeting. So, we tried to pick up what comments were made at the last meeting and give you all something to start with if you want to add those things or change those things. So I think probably the best way to do it is, as Commissioner Lorenzen stated, just start down each page, and when you come to one of those red documents or red sections, let's talk about that one. Do you want it? Do you not want it? And we can. I think that'd be the most efficient way to handle it.
So we can start on page 5 at the bottom.
My name is Jane Graham. I'd just like to object for the record. I think that the public hearing is now closed and you're going through specifics, and I think it goes beyond just the discussion. It's getting into contract zoning, so for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Graham.
Okay.
Okay, so this change is adding a wind study.
Before we go to that one, I know you said the bottom of 5, but like for number 8 on the telecommunications, I just wanted that one clarified, and Brendan, you might be able to help me with this one too. That is, because I think there was discussion of whether, is this the city that's going to look into this, or is this the applicant that's going to look into the effect of the building on telecommunications towers?
As drafted, it would be an expectation of the applicant.
Okay.
And I assume the applicant has a copy of this, right? And you've seen it, okay.
That would have to be submitted to our staff for review.
Commissioners, I also want to remind you that, so the step from here, should this be approved with conditions, it goes to site development plan approval, which is an administrative process. So some of these, so there still is another step in the process, and some of these conditions relate to that, like by site plan approval, this will happen, or so forth and so on. So just wanted to make sure you understood that.
Yeah, and I do understand that. I guess because of the comments from CMARC, taking into consideration things that were spoken about before, this is a revenue source for this condominium. So with that review, is having it written this way, will that be taken into consideration if, let's say, there is degradation of telecommunication services and this tower needs to be moved somewhere else?
I don't think you can require that neighbors protect, like if I buy a piece of property and my neighbor is doing something that's income generating and I do something that, I'm having a hard time coming up with a comparable thing, but I don't think that it's our place to regulate those things. I'm not sure that's, that seems like we're impinging on property rights from a lot of directions. That seems problematic to me. I'm not sure if the city attorney has any input in that particular case.
I think you need to take into consideration the CMARC itself, for sure. If the applicant themselves want to proffer a condition that has to do with ameliorating any effect to this telecommunication issue, but I would say that essentially, that's a private money-making operation that the CMARC has on their roof. They're really a condominium. They're not a telecommunication company, and that would probably be a civil issue between people.
Yeah, it would be like if I sold the side of my building as a billboard and then somebody built a building in the vacant lot next to me and I couldn't use it as a billboard anymore. I don't think anybody would be expecting that person to pay me for my lost revenue. That just doesn't seem like how things are.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's not an integral part of the condominium approval itself. I get that they need it as a revenue stream, but I think that would really just have to be something that the applicant is capable, if they want to proffer something, that they would look, that they would take some care with that. But I don't know. Like I think the comments were, so far I haven't heard from anyone saying that with telecommunication expertise saying that the network would be interfered with yet. I haven't heard that.
I haven't heard yet a definitive. Then the only other thing, and I know at least you want to be able to come up and maybe say something, but maybe you could add this too, is that during construction, right, if this is going to construction, and there is degradation, there's going to have to be something in the middle, right? Like something has, if we know at one height it's not going to work, it's going to have to be moved. How, I don't know if it needs to be worded, but just to make sure it's being considered at the point if there is a potential degradation.
I think that is addressed in this condition.
Yeah, it's right. I think the bottom two sentences say they basically have to mitigate it.
During construction?
I don't know if it's during construction or after construction. I'm not sure that's clear.
It talks about construction. It talks about construction techniques. So yeah, I would.
It'll be throughout the entire time frame.
Yeah, because when I read resulting from the construction, that means to me after. So anyway, so maybe I think that.
Does the applicant have any issue with providing an?
Commissioners, if you please.
I'm sorry.
We're having the stenographers having a hard time hearing, so we're just going to make sure we each take one at a time, and then again for the audience, please, we got to keep it down. We have to be able to hear. Thank you.
My question is, does the applicant have any issue with providing this study, paying for it, and meeting the city's?
So procedurally, We have a modified condition for your consideration. We saw this draft today just like you did, and so if you want to go through them one by one, we're happy to do that. Scott is more familiar with the telecommunications issue. I do have copies of the modified condition if you would like me to hand them out, Mr. Mayor, if that's acceptable to you.
Certainly.
Excuse me, one of the residents has said that nobody in the audience can hear anything you're saying.
Can we get IT to turn up the volume a little bit, please?
And I apologize, Elise Batts for the record, and I have been sworn.
Good evening, Commissioners. Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn. I've been sworn as well. I think it's one correction or edit that we have. Really what we're talking about is in the, let me just count the sentences. I think it's the bottom of the first sentence where C-Mark condominium building was struck, and it's now City of St. Pete Beach. I think that makes sense because that was kind of the concern, which is regarding the network that we discussed last week. But we're just referring to then, should the engineer find the strength or service, so the second sentence really should be strength and quality for the City of St. Pete Beach again at the time the hotel number 1 is done. Because it's really about the network, not necessarily about that one thing, and I don't want to get into the particulars of it. But really that was our only change, which was if we're dealing with the C-Mark, then the second sentence is the C-Mark. If you're dealing with St. Pete Beach, then the second sentence is St. Pete Beach. And I think that's the only change we had.
Thank you. Okay, next we have item 9, full wind study. Questions, comments?
I'm kind of neutral on this one. I mean, there's a lot of buildings that all sit side by side throughout the country, and everybody seems to survive. I don't know. I guess unless the applicant is interested in doing that, would be my question.
Yes or no, the applicant is not willing to do a wind study. They have provided the letter from the engineer saying that there is no wind issues or degradation. That's from a structural engineer. It costs a lot of money and a lot of time to do a wind study, and we already have a letter saying that that is not warranted in this situation.
Number 19.
So number 19 is the construction of a boardwalk up close to the hotel. Is that correct? That's the, am I?
If I may, real quick, Matthew McConnell, for the record. Before we move on, I think for staff drafting these, when it comes to a condition, if we could just get a kind of a consensus on what the applicant just said so that we can make our edits as we're going would be very helpful, if you don't mind. So before moving on to 19, the applicants just objected to 9. If you all as a commission would like to leave it in, I think that's helpful for us as we're drafting.
That's a good point procedurally. So
absolutely.
On the wind study, I think I just, well, backing up, I mean, I just looked at their going back to the telecommunication, the only change that they had was just at the very last sentence, if I recall right, it's like instead of the C-Mark rooftop facility property, it's the City of St. Pete Beach. They just want to refer it to essentially considering the network, because it's that was, you know, is there an objection to that, changing that? I think it's essentially the same thing. I mean, because
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I'm good.
Are you okay? Yeah. And then they just have a global objection to doing an additional wind study. So
I don't have a, I don't have a problem with that. I understand from the applicant, I understand the applicant's point of view on this one, that if you have an engineer who does a wind study saying that a wind study isn't necessary, I feel like that should be adequate. I mean, if we're gonna not believe the people who do this study, I mean, you know, like, that seems to get into the weeds a little bit about, you know, are we then gonna require 3 out of 5 wind studies or 7 out of 10, or, you know, so I think that's a reasonable request from the applicant.
I concur.
I don't necessarily agree. A study isn't done with analysis, so I don't agree with it, respectfully.
I mean, it's our responsibility based on what the Land Development Code says, that when there are minimal impacts, I think we should find out what potential impacts there could be. Right? I mean, that's part of why we're here, is to look at these conditions and say,
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, it looks like it, yeah. I tried to comment once before, but on behalf of the developer.
I'm sorry, sir, we haven't been called yet.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner?
I agree with Commissioners 1 and 4, Districts 1 and 4.
Did your client want to comment on the wind study or no?
We just killed it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay, good. So as far as the wind study is concerned, you have one person in that building who's decided it's an issue. I understand why they thought it was an issue with the trade winds, because the trade winds was building I'm going to show my ignorance here, either a convex or a concave building, which channeled the wind directly toward the sea mark. It made sense. In 2 parallel buildings, one of which is going to be, I forget how much higher, 30, 40 feet taller, there is no impact, and you have an engineer that is, that only does these, who I think if you read his letter, says that it will have no impact. Beyond that, when I asked them for a full wind study, they said it would take somewhere between 9 months and a year for them to be able to build the models, book the time within the wind tunnel, you know, and get all that organized. And quite frankly, we've never done one. I've also provided you with a letter from the architect that gave actual information or you know, real life information in Chicago of buildings that were parallel and how there was not a wind issue there. So, I mean, we've kind of beaten this to death. I've never had to do a wind study before, and I think that just because trade winds did one in a very different situation where they were channeling air towards the building, that you can't expect everybody to always do wind studies just because of that one situation. And we won't agree to this because I will not delay this project a year to get a wind study that one person asked for. Let me also tell you, this wind was never a big issue with CMARC until Ken Barnes got involved. It's very much the same with telecommunications. I'd never heard the name Ken Barnes before.
All right, sir.
Until...
Thank you.
You guys want to
It's okay.
Okay.
All right, we got.
Okay, thank you.
Seems like the consensus up here was to eliminate that. 19, I think we're on.
Okay, so 19 is the construction of a boardwalk parallel to the shoreline up close to the hotel. I want to make sure I'm understanding that one correctly.
That's correct.
Okay.
Excuse me.
The way it's,
Excuse me. Mayor, could you address the chatter in the room, please? It's extremely distracting.
Please address the chatter. We want to be able to hear everyone. Thank you.
And I'll add to that, if you'd like to speak amongst each other, just please do it in the hallways. Thank you.
Yes, 19 is written where, the city has talked about a beach walk for several years. Under this condition, once the city would design and permit a beach walk, not just for this property, but for the extent of the area that has been discussed in the past, the applicant would pay for their share of the beach walk, that portion that goes along their boundary.
Okay, so it's both the easement for the space and agreeing to pay for their chunk of it?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm good with this one.
I am as well.
I think it should be in there.
Okay.
We're in agreement for the easement and to build it at our cost.
Thank you. Next, we have item 21.
I'll come out and say I'm curious to hear other commissioners' opinions on the overall design, and I guess that applies to this condition. A point I made in the last meeting was, if this does go through, it needs to look uniform. So I'm just curious some of the other commissioners' thoughts just on design overall, as that is part of the criteria that.
When, and I kind of spoke about this before at our last meeting, is that I do want a cohesiveness, between the whole site. And I'm good with the language, possibly a little bit added as far as quality of architecture, because we had a couple of renderings that were given to us, for example, on the south side of the property for the garage. So we have a couple of choices, right? And I don't think that this is the best place to go through all the choices and try to decide, but I do want to be able to help the staff to have an idea of what it is that we're looking for as far as cohesiveness of the resort with what we have. From what I've seen from those renderings, what we're looking at is to have quality architectural design, right? Not fall back on the least expensive to do because, that's how you get, and I hate to say, the parking garage that looks like a storage unit. So the ones that, some of the couple that were given to us at the last meeting show a higher quality. Can't see all the detail, so it's, really hard to see in the rendering. But with that condition, that the staff going towards review are able to look at it in those eyes, and then maybe all of us kind of discuss of what we see. This is a very subjective condition. I know we've heard a lot from the public, a lot from the applicant, a lot from myself. We live in a very eclectic community. Everyone can say what was old and what was new, but it's very eclectic. Paso Grill is very different from Corey Avenue. Corey Avenue is very different from the Don Cesar neighborhood. We are in a very eclectic community. We have homes that are very, I guess the terms that you all use, the modern Florida style. There's houses built like this currently. So it's a hard one. But the cohesiveness of the property itself, I couldn't see. And that's one thing that I think, really kind of, I don't want to say irked, but, I couldn't see it. And kind of even the boardwalk, which I'm very pleased that you would agree to do it, that provides, for me personally, that cohesiveness of the property, that people from the south end to the north end of the property are able to walk together, not just those sidewalks, which I know we all kind of talked about. This provides to me that kind of cohesiveness of the property back end, and hopefully we can accomplish the same on the front end.
Commissioner Isaac, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So you're good with most of this draft. Are we speaking about the parking garage facades? Or are you talking about the entire complex?
Well, it's the whole complex, right? You've got, you're anchored with the JW, which has an architectural design. Then we present it with a south design of, or a couple of designs on the southern end for the parking garage. We really don't know what the Sarada, and I mean Sarada meaning the center building, how that's going to be cohesive, right? Is the colors changing? Are there architectural, right? And I'm just kind of mentioning, because at the point of last week, I couldn't see that whole final rendering of what it would look like. But that we are assuring that there is cohesiveness in the whole property, color, architectural elements that go throughout, you know, the property. I understand Sarada is very different. That is the old part for all of those out there who want it to look like the old days, right? That is the old days, but we need something cohesive in that property. So those kind of elements need to be placed. You know, I'm not the architect, but I think I personally want to make sure that that instruction is put forth, right? And that the staff understand what it is that we're looking for when they are reviewing this before permitting, obviously.
Right, so what we need is something that can be addressed at the site plan stage that gives enough objective criteria to staff to be able to make a determination. And I do have one quick question, just so that, to make sure I understand on the draft of condition 21, where it says utilize planners, and this might be a question for Brandon also, utilize planners in front of the Hotel 3 parking garage to match the Hotel 1 parking garage. And then beneath that, it says utilize Hotel 3 parking garage facade chosen, including specified details. And so I'm assuming that's an either or, like that's a planters if it's planters or a not if it's not.
I can address that if you'd
Okay.
like to. You know, the 21A, well, the main portion and A and B were general, as Commissioner Renzicki was talking about, and that gives our staff direction as we go into the detailed plans. But item C is the one that we really need to get something definite on, because if you recall at the last meeting, there were 4 or 5 different examples for the parking garage, and I think that is the one that we need to specifically look at again, and for the commission to say, you know, at least this one or at least one of these 2 or so. But we need to be specific on that garage design, because that's been an issue all along.
Tonight?
Yes, sir.
My wife says I can't even dress myself. Do you want me to pick a parking garage? All right.
But I think, yes, but that would, I mean, I think our staff is going to be very diligent in meeting the intent of what we've heard, but I think there were, I think 4 different designs possibly, and they were different, 4 different designs. And I think that would be good for y'all to look at those 4 renderings again and decide among yourselves that, yes, at least this one, or at least narrow it down to a couple that would be acceptable.
Does anybody have those?
Yeah.
Oh, you do, thank you.
Yeah, I think the applicant has those designs that can be displayed for you, because they were not included in your packet.
Well, while we wait on those, I've got a couple of things to add to 21. So I agree in consistency. I think overall the project gives me warm and fuzzy East Block curtain, Iron Curtain vibes from where I was born. I'm not sure how much money was spent, but I echo former Commissioner Frizlowski's sentiment when I say, is this the best that we could do? Particular concern is, I'm not sure what the fascination with walls is, but we have, looks like, it's hard to tell from the renderings, 15, 20-foot wall that goes around the property. No. I mean, that is a hard no. I mean, you look at where you are now, and this was actually the planner, when she was up here, she says, we need to protect the view for the residents. She said pedestrians, tourists, and by putting a giant 10, 12, 15-foot wall across all of Gulf Boulevard, we're certainly not doing that. So I would want to see language that eliminates that wall, in fact, prohibits any wall in the future. We've seen this in several projects now. I'm not sure, again, what the fascination with that is.
Mayor, can you clarify, because there's two, right? So you have the wall, and I know you're talking about the J.W. Marriott. There's a wall that had, you know, the sign that says J.W. Marriott up in the front, and then there's the living wall, right, that has like, I believe it's a waterfall. I know the renderings are hard to
Well,
to
one
see,
is,
but which
one is more, think of it in terms of a fence, an actual barrier across the front.
Mhm.
Behind that is then the building, which then also has a giant wall, right? And what I'm talking about is, you know, the actual barrier, the concrete fence or whatever it is you want to call it. It's a wall of concrete across the front, and it seems to be crossing from one end to the other, minus the cutouts.
Mayor, if I may, on page 99 of our booklets, there's a good picture of what the mayor's referring to.
I don't have a page on mine, unfortunately. No, I'm saying where I'm looking, it's just the tabs. You said 99?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, and just to further that, you know, I think this is an important piece that lines up with our land development code. You know, both in division 4 for conditional use permits and criteria for review, and then also when we're talking about in Division 39 for community redevelopment districts just in general, and that it should be inviting from the street level.
Should be inviting, and it should not be easily identifiable as a parking garage, which both of these are quite easily identifiable as parking garages. Plus the requirement of anything that's street facing, correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, but isn't supposed to be 50% transparent or glass or?
I'll have to defer to Brandon on that question.
Yep.
That's for street level facades. There are certain zoning districts in the city, specifically through the comprehensive plan, where there's a requirement for street level facades that generally applies to the districts that have the build to lines, the ones where they have to be 5 to 15 feet off the front property line. So what you would see in a typical downtown district, like Corey Avenue, the windowed frontages. With something like this, the standard about the needing to screen the garage is definitely in effect here. So if you feel that it's not affected through the landscaping that they're employing, if there's other conditions that you feel are necessary to make that work, that's definitely appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Brandon. Did you have some renderings for us, or?
We have all the garage renderings. With respect to these, it's not a wall all the way across. By the way, that's one. It's actually just where to screen where the delivery trucks go in and out, so that the people don't see the trucks going in and out. And of course, with the JW Marriott, we don't want them on the C-Mark side, so they have to come in front, and that is just to shield the public from that, and then have landscape in front. I would suggest that if that's an issue, we could draft a condition that talks about the landscaping, with the exception of the sign area, having to cover the wall, right? So that those species, we could craft something like that. If it's that the wall is not aesthetically pleasing, but from that perspective, the idea is to build that pedestrian path with the 10 feet. So, but those are specifically for the folks that are going in and out, so you're not seeing that from the street level. try to go backwards for you. So this was one with a screening element along the side and that mosaic tile. It is inlaid mosaic tile, and you know, there's the Marco Island JW Marriott has this in their facade. It's hard to see the detail here, but just so that you know, it is inlaid like glass mosaic tile.
Elise, as we go through these, could you possibly just label these as
Yes.
A, B, C, or something that way?
And obviously the side here is a treatment. You could pick one front with run side. They're not mutually exclusive. There's a better one of this. Hold on. This was a different kind of treatment along the side, but it's a small, as Jim described it, Jim, the architect, it moves with the wind. It's sort of a shimmery effect along the front. Again, you could take a piece of one and a piece of another, but I'm going to call that the shimmery front. I know our architect is turning over with the way I'm calling these, but you get the idea. This was the one that was created by our architect and Commissioner Frislowski. That front, the idea was to make it look like a different use, so I'm going to call it the different use. Unless somebody has something different. But obviously this, you can see that there's various options along the sides to make sure you can't see that it's a parking garage, and then with respect to the front, you know, different use facade.
Just so I'm understanding, are you looking for feedback on these as you show them?
When she's done.
Yeah, I think that the city manager had indicated that he wanted to sort of find out the feedback so
Go through
that
them all
staff had
first,
direction.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, city manager,
Sir?
should this project be approved, it's going to go to the next stage, right?
Yes, sir.
One of those stages actually includes a community meeting with comment cards where the applicant could present this information to the public, and maybe we could have some public input, and we can amend this language to say, subject to public input, or something else along those lines, where we don't have to have 5 people make a design decision for the other 8,000, 9,000 of us, which that's still some time out, and
Certainly do it that way, yes, sir. Sometimes it's easier for 5 people to make a decision than 200, though.
I understand, but if you just put it up on a vote, then it takes however long it takes, and
That's an option.
I guess we can do that, you know, since it's a conditional use. As a business owner here in the city, it concerns me a little bit that, you know, next time I paint my building, it might have to go up for a public vote for what color I get to paint it. So I'm not sure what kind of precedent we would be setting there with having a public vote on any facade in the building we decide we want to have a public vote on. I mean, I'm not horribly opposed to it. I'm just concerned for my own future, I guess.
I mean, this is a specific requirement and condition for conditional use applications, where you have a site review with input from the public that the city staff and the applicant are supposed to take into consideration. So it's not if you had a restaurant and no one's asking you what color to paint your building, but for conditional use applications, there's a different standard.
Well, not yet anyway, but.
Maybe not use the word vote, but like to have input for, I mean, and we're just kind of discussing this right now, right?
Yeah.
So, but there is, and I agree with the mayor, because we do have a community meeting before site review, that this could be, the full rendering, right, could be presented to the public for comment, It's hard to take a vote depending on how many people actually participate, right? So I guess it's, but to hear people's comments, and not everybody has architectural design in their background either. I think Commissioner Lorenzen already said he can't pick out his own clothes. God knows how many other people would be the same. But I do agree that we should have some type of comment, but not some type, we should have comment. But I don't know if the word vote, like, how do you vote for something like this?
I was simply saying we can, because I haven't seen these designs, you haven't seen the designs, I'd like to take a look at them and consider them rather than just make a snap decision. And since that could take another hour just looking at designs, when we're quite a ways from that stage, we can just leave it for the architectural review part.
Right. Can I say something, because it's quite irritating to see Ms. Graham behind? I need you to take a seat, and I apologize. It's just, this is really serious, and you need to respect the person up there. I don't think we're taking public comment right now, and you're not a party to this, so please take a seat. You're not going to make this any better, so please take a seat. I don't need comment, or if not, I request the mayor to please ask for someone to be removed, because we are not going to be able to move forward, with discussions if we're going to have to do this every single time. Sorry, I apologize.
No. Ms. Graham, please do not ask me to put me in a position where I have to ask the sheriff. Please don't. Just take a step back, take a seat. If you're not happy with the outcome, you have remedies available, so does your client. I appreciate all the effort. I appreciate all the passion that everybody has, from the applicant, from the community, from everybody. Ms. Graham, please. Thank you.
I was going to make an objection for the record.
No.
But it's frivolous, so-
Thank you.
There was one more, Mr. Mayor, if you want me just to label that, just so that you know what the final one
Sure.
was.
Yeah, we'd like to see all of them.
Oh, yes, sir. This is the last one. There were many iterations, but these are the last that include all sides, and this was to try to create consistency.
Gentlemen, I apologize, but I can't hear Ms. Batzel.
I'm sorry.
We can hear you over the
I'm
mic.
sorry.
You're too close.
We have a suggestion for you. We understand what you're saying it's hard to, you're just seeing these four, you don't have copies of them. It's obviously be hard for y'all to say, yeah, this one. I think it's a great idea to have the public comment, and I'll ask our attorneys to comment on this, but I believe we could have a condition that says that you will present those options at the community meeting, and then we would actually bring it back to the city commission for that one item to make a decision after you've heard the community input.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I could. My only concern with that is, are we going to have anything else that we're asking the public to not vote, choose, whatever word we want to use? Does anybody else foresee anything else? Because otherwise, this is going to get kind of unwieldy.
I don't think there's anything else in what we've provided that would come anywhere close to having that situation.
Or maybe an online poll after the meeting? Just a thought. All right.
I'd like to comment on that too. My understanding is we're making a decision on all this, and a big part of that is aesthetic and architecture. Is correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the challenge I'd have with that is, how are we going to make a choice tonight and then leave an aspect of that for some time down the road?
I think
Well,
that's what.
I think what we were saying was the one thing that you would leave for down the road would be which one of those looks would be the garage. That's the only issue, is just the garage. You've got four or five different ideas for what that garage would look like, and what I've heard is some of you are not ready to just pick one of those, which would be the easiest thing to do tonight, would just say pick one, or say, yeah, these two are okay, whichever one the applicant wants to do. That'd certainly be an option, but the suggestion I made, if you want public input, you could, at that public meeting, those could be displayed. People could put their little red buttons up on each one, the way you do in a lot of things, and then you would come back at a public meeting, and the commission could take into account what you heard at that public review and make that decision. From a staff position, we would prefer y'all make a decision tonight and say, yeah, this is the one, or at least one of these two. That's the simplest way to do it and the way to move forward. But if you want to go that other route, that's available to you. Unless the attorneys have an objection to that, you know.
I mean, from my point of view, I mean, it's pretty straightforward if that's the route you want to take. If you want community input in this process of picking a facade or a combination of facades, as the manager mentioned, and I'm sure council has been involved in these types of charrettes or different ways that people can vote on different things, and it would basically be community input that would help you make the final decision. That doesn't stop them from moving forward to the site development review phase. It would just be this part of, just only this part, this very narrow part of all the various different, because I agree, I'm not an architect either, and Elise is probably going to hear from her architect at some point, like butchering the style of these designs. But it's just another way of like getting more information on what the community would prefer, and you're going to have a community meeting anyway, and it would be a very narrow decision. I agree with the manager. If you can come to a consensus on the two that you like the most, that would help. I know probably the city does, amongst its various contracts, have an architect in one of the firms that can sit at the design review board as well to help, you know, work with staff on making sure that that part of the garage elements work from an architectural point of view. Because unfortunately, we don't have a design review board and we don't have an architecture review board. We have to do it that way. So I don't know if Ms. Fatzel has a suggestion?
Sure, I understand what you're trying to accomplish. We have big concerns about having an open-ended community vote per se on the architecture of the project. We would look for objective criteria, and if we are going to move forward with some kind of community meeting where there is a charrette, because Andrew and I work on those a lot, we would want it to be incredibly defined, because the problem becomes you get people saying, we'll do this, and they're basically spending the developer's money, and I can't agree to something tonight that hasn't been presented here or that we know would be economically feasible for the project. So if we can craft something in a very limited way for the community meeting, and I can think about that as we're talking about other issues, I will run it by the client. But again, it would have to be objective criteria, and the only way we would want to agree to that is if it was looking at the garage facades that we've presented tonight. Mm-hmm. But not opening it up to any other architectural issues or anything else.
Yeah. And that was my intent of my comments. We would take the ones that you've already been shown, and that input would be limited to those, I think it's 4, and that would be it. You know, there would be no, it would be, here they are, you know, and that's it. Or it'd be nice if you could narrow it down to 2. But as I said earlier,
Would it be okay, though, still, city manager, to have all of those, right? Because
sure,
we're talking about that those are for quality designs or renderings, right? And that's what we're really, or let me just say me, because I'm speaking for myself, not for the group, but we're looking for quality design that you're not going to go any lower than what we see.
Understood. And we want to modify the condition regarding the architecture being consistent, saying subject to this review, because if you chose something that you don't feel is consistent, but it came out of that meeting, then we would want to make sure that that condition reflected that you want it consistent with the exception of what the community input may be.
Could we take, in doing this, well, the mayor brought up the wall, you know, like if that element was changed.
My concern is we're starting to redesign the whole project, and I have grave concerns about, at this stage, trying to redesign the project from the dais. So I do have concerns about that. If we're limiting it to the garage, I think that would be okay with the developer, but as we could redesign this, we could redesign that, and I feel like that is something that we can't agree to.
And something that maybe we all could talk or discuss, because that's why I asked the mayor, you know, what wall he was looking at, right? we're talking about the wall that's in the front and the sidewalk versus the living wall, which I think the purpose of that living wall was to hide, the truck loading area, right? That's where the side of the building where all the trucks would load and unload. But whether it were necessary to use a wall as opposed to maybe, unlike the south side rendering, you have more of a buffer of vegetation. I don't know if that's something, Mayor, that you were thinking of, or were you thinking that it's just open, like nothing there?
This wall that has the JW Marriott name on it that goes across, and then the rest of the middle of the property?
Do you know, Mayor, if that goes across all the way, the property? Because
Well-
that's why I wanted to see the full rendering, because I'm not sure if it does go across the whole property or just in front of the Hotel 1 property. Because when you look at Hotel 3, you see a buffer of landscaping, not that.
It does not go across. It is specifically a screen wall for the delivery areas.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like we're at that point where we've still got a lot of more to go through, and I feel like we're kind of getting stagnant here with facades over a parking garage that, in my opinion, in 5 years from now, if approved, nobody's going to even remember. So I like the idea of picking a couple now, or let's punt and give it to the board during the citizens input thing, but I think we need to move on, would be my thought.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we could easily get into the weeds of trying to, it's hard to know where to stop once you start going down the path of, could we do this, could we do that? And I think their renderings show the screening wall specifically in front of the JW Marriott. At site plan, I think that could be addressed. We could potentially put in a condition that says, that reiterates that there cannot be a wall across the project other than the screening wall for delivery trucks. Which I think is already in the code, so that should be addressed by staff at site development stage. So I'm not sure we need to get, how much more specific we need to get on that part of it.
It's not about specific, but it's about cohesiveness of the property. So you've got a north end of the property that has a wall. The south end of the property does not have the wall. And if you want the property to be cohesive, and we could use simply the word that there is a cohesiveness in elements across, from the south to the middle to the north, right? That this is one resort.
Sure.
Not visibly seen as three separate entities. That I think is important to say. I don't think that's a specific detail. I'm not saying what color, what kind of concrete or stucco you're using. I'm talking about cohesiveness of the design.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for staff, is that enough of a objective criteria to be addressed at site plan, or do you need more specific direction?
I believe we have enough there. Our staff actually wrote that comment, and I think we have the direction we need, and certainly from the comments made tonight, to make that cohesive across the front. I think we have the direction. We know what y'all are looking for on that.
Yeah. I've got a comment on it. Looking at the Land Development Code, Section 39.7, street level facades. Section C is talking about parking structures and how they should utilize architectural details and design elements such as false recessed windows, arches, planter boxes, etc. I'm not going to go through all of it. But what it says is, it will be designed such that the function of the building is not readily apparent except at points of ingress and egress. So I guess my question for the other commissioners would be, with that in mind, do you feel is apparent that it is a parking garage or not based on those designs?
I think between the four, maybe, I don't know if we ever got to the fifth design, but I think between those four, I could find one that I think fits the bill.
Which one?
Which one? I kind of like the planters, but again, you're asking a man.
Mind putting that back up, please?
Because it's hard to visualize the tile thing you're talking about.
Are you able to put it up?
Next to the, yes. I have the big, oh, I have it. Did I hand you that stack? I'll find it.
No, I understand everyone up here, you want to keep it moving, but this is important, at least for me personally, to see this and understand this.
No problem. Do you like any of them, Commissioner, while she's looking?
Of the ones showed, this would be, I suppose, my top pick of the ones that we've seen.
They can zoom out.
Visualize there. This one was actually, with those integration comments in mind, was made to mirror more the same kind of design elements as the JW Marriott, with the planters and then some, modest screening on the side so that it's screened, you don't see the levels, but at the same time it's tried to blend in more with the development. Again, there's a whole landscaping plan that's going to tie all this together, and we're required to do that. So as the landscaping and foliage all grows up, the pedestrian experience becomes all one as well. The condition as well, if you look at, I think it's subsection B, they talk about the modifications to the Serrata. So that was done so that there's actually going to be some physical changes to the front of the Serrata building based on this B. I'm sorry, not B.
A,
yes. Basically updating the current trim to basically match and removing the mansards and other details that made it seem very old. We're also with a consistent color palette. The idea is, what can you do with an old building in order to make it seem a little modern and fresher and tie in with the rest of the development? So that was the intent with this architectural condition.
question on the image to you, which would be your left if you're looking at it on the table. So is there a screening on, I guess, which would be the east side of that garage? Or would you, other side, this, the right
South side?
Yes, we would do on,
not the south side, the east side, the one that we're seeing in the picture with the planters. Is there anything above the planters? Are we going to be able to see vehicles?
well, the idea is that the guardrails go up and the planters hide that there's things inside. Now, it's not totally closed, it's an open-air garage from a functional perspective. Even on the side where you see screening, it allows the air to come out because obviously that's required for all the fumes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I'll keep these handy.
All right, are we good on 21?
Yes.
22?
So did we settle on a community meeting decision, or did we settle on the planter boxes?
From my understanding, I believe what we said was that it would still be part of the community, but or presented to the community.
With just those specific.
Right, because we don't want to open it up to
Yep. Absolutely.
100 other choices or things that
Yep.
people are going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to make sure I
I don't know.
understood what we were moving on from.
Right, now I don't,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that yay for the planners, you know. I would still like to see the code. I would like to see it, you know.
Yeah.
I got to see, I want to say, wow, right?
Yeah.
This doesn't let me say, wow.
Right, because it's hard to see without
It's hard
seeing
to
the whole
see,
picture. Yeah.
And again, I know we're talking about the wall. You know, I'm not trying to play, I know this is money, right? So, but if the south end had planners, and I'm not saying that this is what the mayor is asking for, but that it's leveled, right? Like there's a balance, not a level, but it's balanced between the south and the north, you know, because there is no balance, right? You're looking at this rendering right now, and the colors are different on the south, right? The bottom part of the south parking lot has this like orange brick color, and then we're still seeing the current color of the Serrata, and then you're seeing the, you know, the north end. It doesn't, you need to see it, you know what I'm saying? So it's really hard. The elements of maybe planters, I like that idea, but to say that's the one, I don't want to say that's the one.
So we're going to put all 4 up to the community vote. Is that what we agreed on?
Again, I don't think we're saying votes. We're
Input.
trying to
What
narrow, not
Input.
open it up to further additions. I think that's what maybe
We'll
that's.
limit it to those 4 that y'all have seen tonight, have input on those 4 from the community, and then it'll be back to y'all for the final decision.
Great.
And that will amend that 21C to that comment.
So to say, chosen by city commission after input at the community meeting.
Correct.
Perfect.
I guess I have a question for the applicant. Are you comfortable with those 4 options being your only options?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are we good on 21?
Yes.
Okay. 22? Questions, comments?
Nope.
None for me.
Brandon, I have a question, please.
And I kind of have one after you.
By all means. Go ahead.
And I did speak, I think, with Brendan on this one in particular, because I know that the commission has been talking in the past on sign ordinance changes, and this one is still confusing in my mind, that you have 3 signs, or potential 3 signs, let's just say, on this one site. And again, I know this is not an ordinance yet, but with the discussions of what was had in the past, that there would be one monument sign, you know, with, let's say, the 3 options, right? If each individual one is called whatever it may be called, that it's on that one monument sign. So I don't, you know, that's my question, based off the current land development code. And this, again, is a point of clarification for maybe the public as well. You know, this is allowed. I want that clar. Is it allowed or not allowed? Or can we prefer to go with the one monument if at the time the commission talked about, the prior commission talked about this, that was a direction that we were kind of headed?
Sure. So the sign code specifies that the purpose is to limit it to the minimum number of signs to identify the purpose of the property or the business. Currently, as written, each business within the large resort district is allowed up to 2 freestanding monument signs. We wanted to cut that down to 1. There are 3 entrances, no more than 1 sign. If the city commission feels that's excessive in this case, we're open to considering otherwise, but that's why we limited it to 1. We didn't want, 2 monument signs, 1 on each end of the entrance. That just seems excessive for identification.
That was my question. You have the wall that has JW Marriott written on it. Would that count as one of the monument signs?
It would, and actually based on, and I know there are sometimes architectural liberties taken with those signs, or with the renderings, but that would probably count as 2 just based on the size of the JW Marriott. We would have to look at it when it comes in for permitting, but they would be limited to a certain portion of the sign that's used for the JW Marriott text or any other kind of logo. That would all count toward the sign area.
That was my question as well.
All right, are we good on 22?
Yep.
23, questions, comments? Questions, comments?
We're fine with the acceptance of 23 as is, if that helps the discussion.
Okay.
I'm good.
And 24 and 25, to the extent that that helps facilitate your discussion.
Yeah, I have the information I need on that one. Mayor, I'd like to request a recess if possible.
Let's finish 23.
Okay.
Let's see how many more we have here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, let's finish 23. I think in 23 we should also look at including any kind of, not sure what you would call them, motorized vehicles. Right, anything with engine, electric, or otherwise internal combustion. Thinking in terms of, any kind of vehicle on the beach as well as vehicles from the beach into the water.
Are you talking about vehicles outside of what they need to maintain property, or including those that needed to maintain property?
No, those for maintaining properties, they have to apply for a special permit anyway.
Correct.
No, I'm thinking, so if we're not going to have any attractions,
okay.
So I think the Serrata currently has somebody who maybe does like parasailing or something, for, has a concession with the hotel to do things like parasailing and renting paddle boards and that sort of thing off the back of the Serrata. Would you be intending to eliminate that sort of activity?
I mean, it'd go along with the other activities we're eliminating.
I don't know if you could do that. That's in the water.
We're not talking about, I'm talking about on the land.
Okay, I thought you were saying yes. Sorry, I'm having
Some
trouble.
of those things have to come on the land so that they can go in the water versus a parasailing wouldn't.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So
I don't think there's access. I'm not sure if there's access, because there's only certain parts of the beach overall that have the capability to land on the shore. I think Traywinds has one. I know the Don had one. I don't think I'm in Europe
Can we
already.
be more specific? I'm sorry, I'm not following what kind of things you're trying to restrict.
Wave runners, for example.
Wave runners.
I mean, that's a motorized, something that would be on the land and then going into the water.
Mr. Young, do you rent wave runners today?
No, third party does.
Third party does?
Yeah.
Do all the hotels?
I don't know if they all do. Suncoast Water Sports is the name of the business.
I know the scooter issue was a hazard issue. I don't understand, part of what you wanted was an integrated resort with amenities. And these are the amenities that people come to when they come to a beach resort. So I'm trying to understand how limiting the scooters, which pose a danger, and limiting wave runners, I'm trying to follow the concern.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain the concern?
Yeah, safety. You've
How?
got a lot of people on the beach and you've got vehicles going back and forth into the water, out of the water, as people are trying to cross.
But a wave runner only works in the water.
I think
Gotta
he's
get to the
referring to
water
when they're
somehow.
pulled out and maintained, because they don't stay in the water at night, so I think if I'm correct, you're
Well,
referring
now
to.
in between customers, they come on land.
Yeah.
But
And then they go
sit
back
on
out.
land.
And then
They're not being operated on land.
I've got a question on this. So my understanding is there's currently a third-party service out there now who's operating this. So are we talking about removing that service or saying we don't want them to add anything in addition to that?
It's a great question.
I'm still trying to understand what we're trying to accomplish.
My biggest question is, are we trying to eliminate all of that as part of the property, or are we trying to not allow any additional to what is currently going on there now with the third party? Because I don't know if it's our place here now to eliminate what they already have going on with the third party.
I'm simply reading this. It talks about inflatable structures that seems to single out a specific property, and it seems like we don't want more of that. And so if we want to have a nicer, safer beach, if we're going to double the number of people on the beach, we should also do that with safety and concern in mind.
I would not be in favor of taking the third-party service like Suncoast Water Sports, who's a local business run by a local guy who's been here for decades, and removing, I'm not sure what % of his business model without him having any input or being able to speak for himself. I think that seems like not the right thing to do to a small local guy.
I'd agree with that.
I would be a third on that.
But I'm fine putting in that they can add additional or add their own.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Brandon?
I just wanted to point out the city already prohibits any new motorized water sports on the beach side, so that's a default.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:05 sharp. discussion? Next, we were on item 24. Questions, comments?
No.
No.
Questions, comments on item 25?
Other than I hope they can fit in the garage.
First come, first serve.
I guess you'll find out.
I'd like a little further explanation on when viable and available.
I'm sorry, which condition?
25, just what that means exactly.
In other words, okay, two components. One is if the city takes up most of the garage, we wanted to be clear from the last meeting that the city vehicles, emergency vehicles, get first choice. And so if there's extra available, they would go to the residents. The other thing is, when there's a mandatory evacuation, we will want to get all of the people out of the garages before people start coming in. So the idea is fine to park the cars there, but we need to have some kind of protocol to make sure that safety is followed. I did not draft that, so I think that's coming from staff, but that was our intent. Our intent is not to limit the residents from coming in after the city, but I think this stems from safety issues, but Brandon can speak to that.
I agree with that. That coordinates with the later condition that speaks about the need for them to begin evacuation of guests at the hurricane watch instead of warning stage. As the guests are getting out of the hotel, the city would be moving the vehicles in, and then residents would have the ability to bring their cars in as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on 25? Next, we have 26K.
Do you want to go by letter or, because I
That's
do have-
just the next, that's the next red item.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no. That's me. I got it.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, it seems like that conflicts with 22. It seems like it was a leftover, so I just wanted to address that as a housekeeping matter.
Brandon?
The signs, those signs.
So the reason for 26K is currently the Serrata has non-conforming signage. It's specifically the monument sign is too tall and it's too large in terms of sign face. So we would ask for the compliance of all the signage on the site that's non-compliant at that stage. That would be in addition to the application of the signage standards currently in the code.
Thank you.
So Brandon, you're saying that it would take out whatever grandfathering the current Serrata monument sign has, essentially, is what you would be saying, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any further comments, questions on this item?
For 26 overall? Yes.
26K, yeah.
Well, not K, but just 26. I have,
I'm just going through the red lettered stuff.
Yeah.
but just a question.
I mean, we can look at all of them. I'm just.
No, I don't want to look at all of them. I have other ones outside the red that I felt was not addressed from the last meeting that I wanted to
Okay.
just clarify.
I mean, these are their staff suggestions. Once we finish that, then we can go to whatever other individuals we may each have.
Is that what we're going to do? Yeah? Go back then?
We can do whatever we want at this point.
I just wanna
We're
ask.
deliberating, right? We're just.
Right. I want to kind of
To
stay
that
in
point,
order.
I say let's keep moving forward with the most recent adjustments, which is the red, and then any others, because there are a couple
That you want to.
I'd bring up as well, yep.
Okay.
Okay, so next we have item 28. Questions, comments on this? Okay. Next we have item 31. questions, comments on this one?
I guess my question is, why are we asking them to change Hotel 1 to silver? Where'd this come from?
From last week, it came from the discussion of uniformity, all this, if one is silver, why not all is silver? And I'm assuming this is what the staff were taking notes from. That's what was brought up last week.
Okay.
So we designed and budgeted in accordance with the code to provide 2 different levels of LEED certification, which is what your code requires. All of the programming with respect to our pro formas has to do with the 2 different levels that we've committed to. To add both of them as silver is a substantial cost, and so we do not agree to that change. It's very expensive.
Brendan, can I ask, with all the things that have been discussed, or because you have written, or some of these red line items, from your knowledge, do you know if some of the things that are being asked of will up the points needed for the overall property to have that certification, or is there another certification outside of LEED that would still meet that vision of what the comprehensive plan is, being a city with that green standard?
There are other options in the Land Development Code that apply to temporary lodging uses. The state of Florida has a program called I'm blanking on it now, it's more operationally focused instead of design focused. There's another one called through the Florida Green Building Coalition, I believe. Like the applicant said, those are different, distinct standards. I think when I originally spoke with the applicant about this last summer, and that being the 2 certification standards, silver, of course, is the higher than the certify, which is the base level. I can't say offhand. There are elements that are being asked for and confirmed through conditions that will definitely award points. For example, the water reduction above 20%, that does award LEED credits. Some of the outdoor landscaping improvements, I believe, will also probably award some credits. But if they add up to be a LEED silver, like the applicants, I don't know. I want to be able to tell. So.
Thank you.
I guess I don't know why we're asking them to do this, would be my question. What interest do we have in that? Humor me, because maybe I don't understand the points thing.
It's one of the it's one of the stipulations in the comprehensive plan. What the purpose of the comprehensive plan is, one of the reasons cited for all the things in the comprehensive plan is, green sustainability, keeping in mind where we are on the Barrier Island and so on. This was one of the things that I had in my notes. I'm still not 100% sold on the fact that we're keeping a building when the comprehensive plan and land development code very clearly seems to talk about tearing down and rebuilding new. So one of the things that I was looking at is like, okay, well, if you're going to keep an old building, well, it's got to make sure that it's up to today's standards, whether it's being consistent in design, whether it's being consistent in LEED certification, whether it's being consistent in FEMA certification, whatever it is. The whole point is to have something new, better, more resilient, something that could sustain more, something that is better for the environment going forward. And I don't see any reason why we shouldn't bring all 3 buildings to the same level of.
I'm not sure that it's possible to bring some old buildings up to the LEED standards. I think there would, I'm sure somebody smarter than me could tell you that for certain, but I think some of the requirements for those certifications aren't possible for an older building. So you could certainly say that as a way of saying you have to tear the building down. But if we're not prepared to be saying you have to tear the building down, I think we need to you know, be clear on the consequences.
I guess that was my question was, if you're treating it as a whole, is the certification for the whole, regardless whether you have an older building that's being renovated in the middle, as opposed to saying Hotel 1 is going to be this, Hotel 3 is going to be that. Can that, and again, I don't know the application process for LEED, can it be as a whole? You know, because if it's by points and we're improving the whole, then does it improve it overall for all three?
I don't know the answer to your question. I do know that we can't bring the Serrata up to LEED standard. You'd have to tear it down and start from scratch.
Well, the staff put this here. Could you help us out with your thought process on asking for this?
This was just our interpretation of what was one of the ideas brought up at the meeting last week. So I think there was some concern, and this, again, going way back, talking with the architect last summer about whether different quality standards could qualify as 2 of the 8 criteria required in the Land Development Code. We just put that second sentence in there to say that if this was something that were required, it would fulfill that intent. Certified, hospitality certified and hospitality silver are just different quality levels of the same certification. So that's just to, you know, if that were the direction you were to go.
So the original condition is what was seen to fulfill the comprehensive plan and the land development code as it's written, correct?
Correct. The minimum is LEED certified, which is out of 110 points, it's 40 points to achieve. LEED silver is a step above that. It's 50 points, and those vary. There are site improvements that qualify. They actually get points for things like the headways of the Sunrunner and things like that, but there are building requirements as well. So.
And so the where it says LEED version 4 BD plus C hospitality, that's the basic LEED certification for a transient lodging, is that correct?
They would both be hospitality, but one is hospitality certified. That's almost like a bronze level, and then silver is the next step up from that.
And are there any steps lower than that?
Certified is the lowest step.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Could you explain?
Sorry.
Could you explain the points thing to me again? I'm not getting it. Where do these points go? What do they do?
And I only have a basic understanding of it. I'm not certified through LEED or anything like that, but it's there are 110 points available to a development, 110 being the maximum number of points, and there are different categories that those points are awarded in. Water efficiency is one of them, energy efficiency, site improvements, reduction in landscape, reclaimed water use, things like that. Those all qualify toward the development. So some are operationally related, some are development related, and they earn points based on certain improvements to the property or to the development that result in, you know, efficiency savings. So whatever that point total ends up being is the level that they would end up with for their certification.
So they get a certain amount of points, and they get like a cool plaque on the wall. I'm being funny here. So what? I guess I'm asking. What do these points mean in the real world?
Well, and going back to the water certification standard, that was one that's condition 28 that was added in. That's an actual realized benefit. There's a federal baseline for water usage, and LEED requires at least a 20% reduction, and they award points for up to 50% reduction. The applicant's proposing and committing to 35%. That would be a commitment through this condition. So they would receive 3 points out of those 40 that they need to meet by having a 35% reduction in potable water use below the baseline.
I must be having a synapse failure here. Okay, points. What does it mean, though?
I think the idea is that
Excuse me, we need one person at a time so they can hear, so they can record. So Commissioner, go ahead, and then go ahead.
Oh, I get it. You get a certain amount of points, what's the tangible, what does that actually mean? What does that do for any of us?
There's a lot. Do you wanna-
Yeah, so I think the idea is that it's a way of scoring a development on energy efficiency and water savings and, other ways to be lighter on the environment and use less resources and
Yes.
and then that falls into line with the comprehensive plan of trying to be a forward-thinking green city.
Yes.
And I think there's probably a whole slew of things that get you recognized as a green city that I'm not aware of, but it's all the energy savings, water savings.
Got it. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
I just want to say that this is very, to me personally, maybe, and maybe there's other people up here as well, that is extremely important because it's page 51 on our comprehensive plan, green mission statement, right? The purpose, and for all to hear, is that the city overall is leading an effort towards resiliency, protecting the limited water that we have in this city, potable water, as well as in Pinellas County, by doing these kind of things, which is hence why it's important to have like the water use, water-wise, plumbing or equipment or whatever it may be, stormwater, runoff, pollutants. All these things are these points that we're talking about. So having the higher standard means that that's our expectation as a city, that this is what we're looking for large development. So to me personally, it's important. One of the questions that and I don't know if we have an answer to it, because we have to realize if they were just remodeling the Serrata, we wouldn't be talking about this, right? This remodel is administrative. It wouldn't be here. So we have an opportunity to addressing something that is big for the city. It's a large development, right? My question was whether it benefits the whole site. It's a development site, so maybe it's not just for the old building, but because the whole site, could the whole site, I guess is the question, get this certification? Because then you're getting points across the site, not just the individual building that's building. I hope that kind of helps, but I know we don't have the answer, but how do we craft it to meet that goal?
Commissioner Resnicki, I understand your concern. When you look at those general provisions of the comp plan, like you're talking about, not this board, but the board has put standards in the large resort district. You have those standards in here that we're meeting, those two types. Like the comp plan talks about, generally, the city shall encourage, right? And through their development of land development regulations, you've developed those land development regulations. And the large resort district specifically says, for large resorts, they want two types of LEED certification, and that's what we programmed in. If you go in and you want that for the future, you can change those regulations, and then when a developer comes in, they can say, wow, how much more is that going to cost me to build in a large resort district? But I think you need to consider that as you think about this particular provision. And again, we'll just voice that we aren't in agreement with two LEEDs because of the additional expense, or two silver. But the two different that we've already committed to, we're totally in agreement with in accordance with your large resort district regulations.
And Ms. Bessel, again, I know that we don't know whether the whole development could apply for it, right?
So part of the problem described by our architect is these buildings aren't completely architecturally done yet. So a lot of this certification they're talking about deals with types of faucets and all of that. We have no idea, right? I talked to our lead guy today based on a couple of these conditions. For example, the water condition was 35% or 3 stars. He said it's the same thing. 35% is 3 stars. So we didn't have a problem with your language because it says exactly what it did before, just in a different way. But again, a lot of these LEED issues, until you have your architectural plans and you start to go vertical with your construction, I can't answer your questions. Even an architect up here, we could not answer these questions today because we're not that far along in the project. I hope that's helpful.
I think, Commissioner, you bring up a good point. It is one of the it's one of the fundamentals in the comprehensive plan. This is why the comprehensive plan was put in place. One of the things that it affords the commission is the ability to put in conditions as we see fit and necessary. to help achieve that mission. And if we're going to be green and sustainable, if we're going to be leading the future, I think we should start now.
I'm not certain it serves us well to have in our comprehensive plan and our land development code options for LEED certification, particularly on something that it has to be such a big part of the planning of a building from early stages through the end stages. And then it feels a little bit like changing the rules midstream, and we can absolutely do that, right? Because as you've said, the conditional use gives us the ability to do that. But in the interest of general fair dealing, that seems like something we should be telling applicants up front, or direction we should be giving staff, that when they very first meet with a developer, to say, hey, you're going to be held to the highest LEED standard, you know, before they spend a lot of time and money on designing projects. And absolutely, we can do whatever we want to do, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that we're asking above and beyond what's required, right? We asked for 50% Florida native plants above what is required. I'm probably going to bring something up in a few minutes talking about 100% Florida native plants. Who knows? But the point is, we have a baseline, and then we can set conditions that we feel are important. And right now, I'm looking at it and saying we're being asked to give up a lot, and we're not getting much in return. And every time we ask for something, we're getting a lot of reasons why something can't be done, especially when it's one of the big mission statements in the comprehensive plan. I mean, it's front and center.
I think that there are a number of ways that the city is getting a fair amount, but I'll save some of that for later. But you know, I think that we could very easily say, well, we would be happy to approve this project, but we're going to make conditions that make it economically not viable to make sure that it doesn't happen. And so I think as we're going through some of these conditions, in addition to making sure that the city gets the maximum benefit that we can get, I think we still need to be looking at it a little bit as the project as a whole. And if the base level is that on the whole, we're probably getting a lot of benefit from this project and it's going to be a good thing, then I don't know that it's worth putting conditions on it that make it economically not viable for the applicant. Now, if we're saying that, you know, on the whole, I don't think this project is a good thing, so let's put a bunch of conditions on it that make it not economically viable, we can do that too. You know, I would prefer to be upfront about what we're doing rather than, you know, find places to say, well, you say you're not going to do that, so we're going to require it.
I mean, this is something that came up and about through our last conversation on Wednesday, that we then instructed the staff to go back, and they came back and put as part of the other things that we discussed. And they've been talking about it for a year, so it's not like a huge surprise to anyone.
Right, they've been talking for a year that they have to reach 2 different levels, and they had the ability to do that, and that was built into the plan. So that's where I feel like it's a little bit of an unfair changing the rules halfway through the game. But if we feel like that's the right thing to do, we absolutely can do it.
I mean, the rules haven't changed. The rules state that the commission may add conditions. Those are the rules.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
I just want, you know, there's obviously an unknown, right? We're not sure of the certification, we're sure of which certification, but what I'm saying is whether one is better than the other. Silver is better than not silver, right? What is the highest level? But because of other conditions that we're seeking or potentially seeking that we might not have discussed, overall, there may be meeting more of the green mission. You know, we don't know the landscape design. You know, I as well would like to talk about the Florida native plants, like all these other things that we may be talking about in a little while that, without knowing, could improve that level of lead, right? Because I guess we're looking at you, both the applicant and the staff, we're not sure, right? Like maybe it does, but if we're saying, is this the minimum? Is having one hotel silver and one hotel not silver, but with everything else that we may be adding, with the unknown that maybe it is going to overall be silver? I don't know, maybe, right? Because I don't think none of us up here know or in the audience know. But that is what, at least personally myself, I'm striving to do, is to put that standard way higher, right?
Yeah.
Because this development is increasing intensity and density, right? And this is different than, say, your business at a smaller magnitude, which should be also doing similar things, but maybe not, because you know you're not putting in as much intensity, right? On potable water, for example, right? So, and that's why this is important. You know, I can't say what, I don't understand LEED. I've never had to apply, so I don't know. So I was, you know, hoping that maybe somebody could explain, but I want to maintain a high standard. I don't want to say, okay, well then let's forget about LEED, you know, and forget about the mission that we have on the comprehensive plan. We wrote it for a reason, to protect the environment, right? So, and our resources as well. So.
Brandon, the city staff concurred with the original writing, correct?
Correct. That's what we spoke with the applicant about, the higher certification for the Southern Hotel last summer. So
You spoke with them, but you still gave a recommendation to the commission and the planning board that certified for one and silver for the other was acceptable.
Correct. I mean, that does meet or exceed, in the case of silver, the minimum certification required. And there are other, you know, again, not being someone with LEED certification, there are other conditions in here that I think kind of speak to the environmental benefits, what was brought up before, the Florida native plantings and things like that. They may not result in LEED points, but they provide an environmental benefit. So
I tend to side with Commissioner Marriott on this one. I feel like to me, there's a bigger picture question here, and you either like the size and scope and density and height of this proposal, but I think when we start getting into the weeds about would we personally like to go higher, I agree with Commissioner Marriott. I think it's a little late in the game for that particular thing. If we feel that's important, then that should be in the comprehensive plan as a statement, thou shall.
We've got a 2 and 2. So,
I mean, I have the information I need on this point to move forward to the next point.
okay, we've got to come to consensus on it, so
yeah.
Would you mind telling us what that is? Are you okay with the language as is, or not?
You're saying amended as is?
Yeah, the language as is in 31 today.
I think as a whole, there's efforts made as far as the green mission statement to our comprehensive plan. I don't know much about the LEED certification that, besides listening to everyone here today. So that's what I'll say on that. I'm prepared to move forward with the information we have now to the next point.
So you would be okay with the original language of that condition versus the amended language?
Yes,
Or would you be fine with either one?
I'm fine with the original language. That's what staff recommended in their report, and I'm fine with that.
Okay,
I'm deferring to the staff on that one.
So just so we're clear, with all due respect to the staff, they make recommendations, but it's ultimately our responsibility to look at the comprehensive plan and make those interpretations. Moving on, 32. Questions, comments?
I'd like staff to come up and maybe read through these a little bit more.
Sure, and this was intended to apply specifically to any ornamental, non-essential aesthetic feature on the outside of the structure. There is a water wall next to the landscape wall on the front of the screening wall for the truck docking area. And just to make sure that the applicant is using features that cut down on any kind of need for potable water use for less essential features on the site, the aesthetic features. I just provided a list of what I'm aware, can reduce, the need for replenishment of potable water. If there are specifics the commission would like to see, we'd be happy to look into it, but this is just a general condition.
This one, I don't know why it just comes across to me as a little bit nebulous, but if the applicant has no issues with the language.
Yeah, so these are those additional efforts to be environmentally friendly. We did look at this with our architect, and we can comply with this, and we'll accept this is no problem for us.
Okay. I'm good.
Anything further on 33? Sorry, on 32? Questions, comments on 33? Commissioners, questions, comments on 23? On 33?
Nope. Okay. Actually, I did. I apologize. How can pavers, asphalt, or concrete be permeable? I'm a history major, so bear with me.
This is one where we have a modified condition for you. This is Scott Gilner. He's our civil engineer. He's more appropriate to talk about this one.
Good evening, Commissioners. Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn. Commissioner Lorenzo, so typically we'd use pervious pavers, and what you would do is there's a gap between the pavers and rock. Concrete can actually be made porous enough that the water will go through it, and you'll actually put like a washed 57 stones so that there's rock with void space underneath it. And actually you can do the same thing with an asphalt section. Now most likely we probably wouldn't use concrete or asphalt in the areas. It would probably be pervious pavers. But all three are options.
Okay, thank you.
We have a clarification. It's not really a red line, or maybe it is a red line, but it's more so a clarification just to make sure we're clear on this. Our issue with the condition is more so that it's not in the vehicular driveways like where valet is, and there would be rutting or unevenness of pervious pavement. Pervious pavement is a good thing in parking spaces that don't get a lot of use, but if you're constantly running traffic over them, you can create issues that are safety hazard. So we had a comment, I think you handed out. So it's 2 words or 2 hyphenated words. It's just open air surface parking areas, just because we want to make sure it wasn't for under the garage. I think that kind of defeats the intent. And then the second one was for non-traffic rated surfaces. So for instance, if you're doing all the walkways, they're pedestrian walkways, totally understandable, or you're around, decking areas, that makes sense. But when you go to, vehicular valet areas, we want to make sure that was clear. Probably some of those areas are going to be concrete, elevated T-tables that we've talked to staff about. So we want to make sure we just clarified some of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to be clear here, because it looks like comparing these, you're just adding in proposed into 33. It says, and what staff has written says all pedestrian pathways, but then you say all proposed.
Three words, all proposed, right? Just to make sure that we've got pedestrian pathways, because this is about the CUP.
You're saying the existing ones.
Well, most of them are coming out.
Okay.
So just want to make sure we're not ripping up existing only to put back new. So, we're all proposed because we rework everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then open air surface parking, just because I just want to clarify, like the bottom level of the JW Marriott garage is kind of open air parking or surface parking, but it's not open to the air. And then non-traffic, just before non-traffic rated surfaces.
Okay, thanks.
That was just for the valet areas.
I think our staff would be fine with that, that change.
Anything further on 33?
No.
Questions, comments on 34? Yes?
Elise Fatzel. So we have a problem with this condition, and I want to explain why. We didn't talk about this during the meeting, but we have proposed having solar on the top of the JW Marriott building. And so if we do any kind of green roofing, we cannot put those solar panels up. That's number one. Number two, and I'm going to read this because this is more of a technical answer. We cannot place a green roof on top of the ballroom area of the JW Marriott because Florida green roofs require, because of their local type and plant size, a deep 12-inch soil tray that puts tremendous weight loads on a building structure. Typical soil trays in other parts of the country are approximately 3 inches deep. This issue is exacerbated by the fact that this ballroom area, which is the top floor, has nearly 100-foot clear spans so that the ballroom doesn't have a lot of columns in it. So that, with respect to all that added weight, just doesn't work for a green roof. But I did want you to know that we intend to put solar, and that just never came up during the conversation because it wasn't directly related to a conditional use criteria.
What will the solar be used for?
I don't know that. Let me ask Mr. Young. Mr. Young, do you know what, just electric? Electric.
Okay. For the whole building,
To offset and supplement, what is required, so it goes towards a portion, running a portion of, I don't know that they know which portion, but it will be used as partial electricity for that building.
Okay, so as a supplement.
As a supplement.
Okay, understood, thank you.
Now, outside of the ballroom area, are you still considering other areas that not in that situation? I mean, obviously, not all the roofs are under ballroom space. So in the areas that are not in that situation, are you all considering it?
I have to email our architect. I don't believe so, but let me check on that. They did just mention, obviously, we have the top of the garage, we have the pool, and then we have the tower where there's the ballroom. There's no other roofs there, and there isn't contemplated for the select service hotel.
It is not?
No.
And for the parking garage?
There's cars on the top of the parking garage.
Okay, because, again, on the renderings, you can't see, what it is.
Yeah, the elevations show, but obviously you probably haven't dove into those, but parking is all the way up to the roof.
Okay.
I feel like in light of what we just heard, there's really only one building that could have it, and I'm not sure that's going to make a big difference in a heat island type of scenario. And I also feel like it's kind of like that other issue, we're kind of adding something that really isn't addressed specifically in a quantitative way in the comprehensive plan. It's just kind of we'd like to see it type thing. So I'm not in favor of making them go through all that for that one building. I don't think it's going to make a spit of difference.
It is mentioned on the comprehensive plan, heat islands. I guess what I would ask, is there any percentage? Are there any other options? Like planters on the side of the garage, right? Is there a way to reduce it without putting a 12-inch soil tray? partial or percentage-wise, and I don't know, maybe staff or city manager might know of things that you've seen in the past or elsewhere. I mean, I know I've been to certain places, like in Connecticut, that offer an amenity, because it is also an amenity for your customers, right, to be able to have an area where you walk through a garden. I can think of Hartford Museum, for example, where I've seen that, and it's not a soil tray, it's more of a garden feature that they have to reduce heat islands. So that's just a thought. And again, it is on the plan, of trying to reduce heat islands.
Could we perhaps address some of that maybe under the landscaping section to require some amount of landscaping on the top floor of the parking garage? I mean, I think that might be kind of what you're talking about is, if on the, I'm not sure what the area of the top floor of the parking garage is in relation to the, to the total area. But there may be some landscaping that could happen, landscaping planters or trees or something like that on the top floor of the parking garage that could work towards that same type of effect. I don't know if that's something to be addressed in landscaping or something to just be addressed at the site plan level to give staff some guidance of maximizing landscaped area or something like that.
And this, number 34 doesn't say what percentage. It also does say, or utilize another technique, right? So is there, I don't know what techniques the applicant might have looked into, but what other things can we do? Again, we're trying to be a part of this community and what we're trying to do as a city. So what can we do to help improve it and set a high standard to some degree of what we're looking for when developments are coming to our table?
If I could offer one suggestion there, instead of being specific about install green roofs, I think you take that out and utilize other techniques demonstrated to produce heat island effect and improve thermal performances. I think that way we could work with the applicant to accomplish that.
And just for clarification, my comment to you, I was specifically talking about the roofs. The green spaces, I'm with you completely on that stuff.
We're fine with that condition, provided that it's okay with the city commission. Just a note too, remember we're exceeding the green space and the pervious requirements without all the pervious pavers that we just added. So there is a lot of green, there's a lot less pavement on this project already, just to reemphasize.
And I appreciate that, but like I said, we really want a high standard, right? This is an increased intensity and density, and we want a high standard. But I am good with that language, if you all are.
Okay. Anything further on 34? Questions, comments on 35?
We had already programmed in after this meeting a better standard than what your staff put in, so we wanted to offer that for you. Basically, in addition to, you were worried about, oh, I'm sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. I need 35. If you recall, this was regarding the porte-cochere area. So we had already planned to do two things. To put a wall, which will be 120 feet wide by 16 feet tall, as well as a green screen to make it look not like a wall in front of it. So this just adds that additional layer, and we want to offer that as a modified condition, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, to pass that out.
Certainly.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll take care of it for you. You're welcome.
Do you have a rendering where you can point this out? Or, I know you obviously don't have a rendering of what you're proposing, but
Maybe.
In the meanwhile, we can discuss 42.
I'm good with that one. And I think that's an improved amenity for the public, especially with the difficulty of the utilities in that area, or potential utilities in that area.
And we do have a modified condition on this one, and if it's okay, I'd like to explain. So the issue is not the undergrounding of the utilities, it's the overhead utility lines. We can't install canopy trees that conflict with the overhead lines. We know that, obviously, once they go underground, we don't know when that's going to happen. It's a different situation. So our landscape architects indicates that they have programmed trees and palms based on the required off-site criteria that prevent the utility company from coming in and butchering the tree canopy. They said what really happens in reality is that no tree canopy should be within 10 feet of the overhead utility lines, because the utility company in their easements has the ability to come in and trim them back. And they said what they do is they come in and they hack them and the whole canopy dies. And so that's really counterintuitive to what you're trying to do here. And unfortunately, they destroy that tree's canopy. With respect to installing these shade structures, I think that came from staff. We think that's a little unreasonable to install a shade structure every 100 feet, particularly when you're trying to keep an open pedestrian path. So we do have a problem with the shade structure, but we have no problem with a modified condition, and it basically talks about we shall install in-ground canopy trees adjacent to the expanded frontage sidewalk as viable and to the extent not in conflict with overhead utility lines. That's the provision that we added in there. In locations where in-ground planting would cause recurring conflicts with underground utilities, the applicant shall install above-ground planters with canopy, and canopy trees shall be planted every 30 feet. So we just account for the overhead utility lines and remove the shade structures. This is really small, but I don't think you can see it very well.
They can.
They can?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, touch the phone so it lightens up.
Yeah, just, there you go.
I'll stand here.
Okay.
Oh, that's the portico. Okay.
So that's modified condition 35.
Correct.
So there would be an actual, wall as well as greenery in front there, just to add an additional layer so it's not just greenery or it's not just a wall.
Okay.
For both sound and visual mitigation.
Thank you.
Anything further on 35?
Oh.
Anything further on 42?
No.
I'm good with 42 in hopes that the undergrounding is going to happen before this. I mean, I don't know what the stages are, and when the sidewalk is placed in and when landscaping comes in, but hopefully the universe aligns and, everything is undergrounded.
Mayor, if I may, Matthew McConnell, just to clarify for 35, is the consensus when you say nothing further that you're okay with the language proposed by the applicant now that you've seen the wall for 35?
Yes.
And then for 42, proposed by the applicant?
Yes. Same.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now there are no further redlined items. I gather that commissioners, you may have additional thoughts on conditions. Who would like to go first?
I think he had said he had some before mine, so I'll let.
Just give me a moment here. If you're ready, go ahead. So I've got a question regarding condition 40.
Your question is for?
Yes. Brandon, could you just explain that one, please?
Sure. So the default side buffer in the large resort district is 30 feet. The commission is able to reduce it up to 15 feet. It's not a variance. It's something you can consider as part of the conditional use permit process. The language used in the code is that in consideration of any superior alternatives for the buffer would be part of the justification for the reduction in that depth or width, sorry. The applicant's proposing 15 feet. We did speak to them early on about this. I understand it has to do with the accommodation for the access on the north side. One of the things that had been asked of staff early on was that we look into achieving more beach access where possible. And in talking with the applicant, it seems like with that being a 15-foot width, it looks like it could still accommodate the landscaping plus an encroachment of an expanded beach walk there. So we'd recommended 3 feet.
So I guess my question is, there's a proposed public beach access on the south side of the property. There's a proposed one in the middle of the property.
Mm-hmm.
The one on the north end of the property that's outside of the property, the Brightwater Beach Estates one. My question is, would the applicant be willing to add, regardless of what Brightwater Beach Estates decides to do, add a public beach access there? Because there really isn't a clear one from Upham Beach south.
On the northern portion, instead of green, you would have beach access.
I'm curious of the other commissioners' opinion on that.
I think that last week the city manager, I think, also emphasized or let us know that they were going to do the research as a city on the beach, the private property, right? If it's private property, I don't have a copy of the deed, so I'm not quite sure how Brightwater's plays with this, but that research was going to be done. And from what I believe, from what the applicant had said, that if there is an agreement, that the applicant would offer 3 feet to the 4 feet, right, to make it a 7-foot wide. And again, if we're thinking about open spaces and views to the Gulf and, that, a lot of the comments that we've heard from the public, I think we'd be accomplishing that if I don't want to say accomplishing, but heading towards that, right? That we have this open space that would provide a much nicer beach access for all. So I think that was something that you had on your, I say, to-do list, right?
It was. I don't have a clear answer for that. I believe it's an easement at this point. Brandon, can you address that further? The Brightwater piece, I believe, is an easement, and if we want to use it as a beach access, that's a potential.
I don't have an answer for that right now. I'm sorry.
I think there's quite a bit more investigation will have to be done to be exactly clear, but I think that is the situation.
To answer your question, whether it's buffer or beach access, it's open space, and whatever the commission directs.
Okay.
If you would like a public beach access there. Just to give a little more background there too, there were a lot of balancing that went on the north. So in that green space, we'd put as much vegetation as would have gone in. We made it more dense, and so we would just, take some of that out to put the beach access there. You just need to let us know how wide you would need, and Scott, you would need to just see how much space we have there.
Okay. And I guess what I'm getting at is adding another beach access to your property.
Absolutely.
My hesitation or concern would be speaking on behalf of Brightwater Beach Estates. They may not want to combine it.
We've discussed, the applicant actually met with them. They don't want it combined, at least that was what they told us. I know that Jennifer and McMahon with the city had met with them several times to try to get that. We're happy to add a condition that says, once we start installing all of that, we kind of want to have a direction, but maybe prior to some kind of construction approval to the extent, I think we already have that in there, don't we?
Well, I mean, the other concern is, right now, I believe, don't quote me on it, but there are just bushes abutting that walkway on the south side of it. So,
do you know if those are on our property or theirs?
I don't know.
I think it's on your.
So then brings up the question, what are you planning on putting there? If you do put a public beach access, are you going to put, and it is Brightwater, if we find out it is indeed Brightwater Beach Estates and they don't want to combine it, will there be a divide in between it?
I have to ask, I think we could build it either way, but let me ask our civil engineer to address.
Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn again, for the record. So the I believe it's a 4-foot sidewalk, and it's a 4-foot strip, and Brightwater owns it, is my understanding. I have to go back and look at the survey, but from recollection, I believe that's correct.
That's my understanding as well.
And I think my concern is with them not wanting it, and it has a public beach access sign now. So people are using it because it's public beach access. They don't know who owns it at that time. I think we'd kind of create confusion if we were to do one immediately adjacent to it or even 5 feet away from it, and it kind of become a thoroughfare that they may not want. That would be my concern, just thinking about like how we plan it. And so I think we're certainly happy to do it. I feel like we've heard them loud and clear about what they liked or didn't like. I feel like we'd be kind of putting it right next to them and creating a lot of issue if we did so. But yeah, I feel like the best thing to do for everybody would be to have their 4 feet, we add 3 feet to it, we have a nice 7-foot walkway that's much wider. As I commented before, you have wagons pulling in each direction. That would be a nice walkway, but that would be good for everyone, I think. But obviously, we need their buy-in to do so.
Right. Okay.
And since we were talking about that easement, I don't know if it was on number 26, and maybe I missed it, but is it mentioned there? I know when it was presented last week, it wasn't one of the red arrows, that we were pointing in one of the exhibits. I would have to go back onto my computer and look for which one that is, but there was no arrow pointing towards the north end of that hotel. So is that something that should be written now, even though we're not sure whether we're going to have the easement or not? I mean, be a potential easement. I don't know if it has to be there or not.
Where are you referring to? I'm sorry.
So in number 26, we talk about the 15-foot beach access, the one that's on the south end. And I'm trying to look really quick to see if it said it. I know I brought it up last week when we had the diagram that had all the easements that were going to be offered to the city, but there was no indication on that exhibit showing the north end of the property for this particular easement that we're talking about right now.
Right. We didn't, at that point in time, right, it's a contingent condition that if they agree, we would add it in. So that would be in addition to what you saw, obviously. We didn't have that labeled. Did that answer your question? I'm not sure it did.
I guess it's a question maybe to city manager or to our city attorney, whether it has to be written or just because we know you're doing your homework, right? You're going to do your homework and find out, is that enough?
Well, I think as long as we have the condition in there, we're covered.
Okay.
Yeah, the language will control whatever, has to be submitted subsequently to this.
Okay.
So just so I'm understanding, as the language reads regarding this north part of the property, unless Brightwater Beach Estates says we're open to adding in the pathway, then there are no plans to add a beach access because potentially it could look weird or be odd to have two next to each other.
We were just complying with the buffering required by your code, so there weren't any plans. But again, if you would like a public beach access, we can add another public beach access. I don't think, other than the conflict, we're just pointing that out for the commission because you're going to hear from others other than the people in this room on that. We just want to be clear, but whether it's green space buffer or whether it's beach access, I don't think that we are married to what goes into that area. So just let us know how you'd like us to proceed.
Okay. Yeah, my concern with having them add a beach access there without having the approval of Brightwater Beach Estates is we're essentially combining them with not actually combining them, if that makes sense in layman's terms.
Right. No, and I agree. Aesthetically, it won't look nice having a wall in between. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if Serrata owns that wall or if it's on the property line for the, so it's on there. So you're going to have a wall regardless. I'm not saying let's just go and knock down that wall and make it wider. I'm not being intrusive by any means on that.
Yeah, the wall, just to clarify, the wall is on the north end of the Brightwater Beach Estates pathway, which is on the south end of the C mark.
So it's on the property line between the beach access and the north property.
Correct.
So it wouldn't be on their property.
Correct.
It's not on the applicant's property.
Yep.
Correct.
It's the
So
northern
everyone's
extent.
picturing it correctly, but okay, I'm good with that as it reads now.
So, are we giving the city flexibility? Is this what we're trying to do, is give the city flexibility to decide whether to have an expanded beach access by getting some kind of agreement, if it's necessary, with beach water, or to leave it as is and use buffer? Is that what we're doing?
So if I may, Andrew, Matthew McConnell for the record. So number 40 actually says that the city, when requested by the city, they will provide the easement if it's before the permit for Hotel 1. If it's not, then they'll use it as a buffer.
Understood.
So the language is already in there. Like the moment we request it, once we determine what we're determining internally, they're going to provide it to us based on that condition. I just wanted to clarify.
Understood. Okay. I can move on from that one. Thank you.
And since you went to 40, because my question on 40 was because it says a 15-foot buffer, and I do want this to be the discretion for the city, but to, if with a 15-foot buffer, and let's say we widen that path, then that 15-foot buffer of landscape is now no longer 15 foot, right? Because you have now a path, right? So you're reducing it by 3 feet, maybe a little bit more, depending on what we're using. If there's a wall or whatever it may be. So I would want that number to change depending on the scenario that happens, I don't know how much, I'm trying to reduce the impact on the northern property, C mark, right, with a greater density or width, if it's a, because we have this discretion from 15 to 30 or even more, right, as a commission. So this is all about reducing the impact on the northern property. So how can we word it so there is flexibility, increase that impact? Again, we were brought today even with that wall to help with the loading and unloading of guests, on the north end. So all that is a good way to minimize that impact. So I want to make sure we're doing the most that we can to minimize that impact on the northern property.
For the record, we can plant just as much vegetation in 12 feet as 15 feet. So while it will be 3 feet less, you can have the same amount of vegetation that we would have, the extra dense vegetation, we can fit it in. It's just going to be very, it'll be a lot more crammed in. But we can do that. Our engineer just confirmed.
Okay, because I think it was mentioned a standard B. I think I read somewhere. What is a higher standard than that, I guess? And maybe you would need to explain that standard.
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily apply in this buffer type, but generally speaking, the city has A, B, and C buffers, and C is the highest. C is when you would have a commercial building next to a single-family home. You would use a C buffer, which is a 10 to 15-foot width and a very dense buffer. The applicant, based on what they're currently showing, is generally between a B and a C, depending on where you are in the property. There's no specific standards for these buffers, but if we made it equivalent to something where it was a required situation, that's about what they would land in. And I believe on the north side, it's closer to C, just based on density of planting, so it is a higher density buffer. Mm-hmm.
Brandon, before you sit down, sorry. My other question is regarding 44. So not to get into a whole crosswalk pitch, but crosswalk safety is a very important thing. I think our crosswalks need improvements in certain ways. My understanding is the safety study that's part of what it's looking into. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't know that there are any identified improvements to crosswalks in front of this property. I believe I have a printout I could possibly bring up if you give me a minute or two.
So I'm just trying to understand what it's referring to in 44, or potentially what it could be referring to.
In terms of actual improvements,
yes.
I would have to look that up.
Okay.
I'll look it up. I'll get back with you.
All right. Thank you.
For 26I, where we're talking about the dune restoration, I know we had a rendering or diagram, not specific. I think I saw maybe 15 foot, if I remember correctly, on the depth, and I felt that it was important to be sure, because we mentioned restore the dunes, right? Well, we're not bringing it back to what Mother Nature had, obviously. So what do we mean by restore? What's the actual depth of this dune being proposed?
Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn and Associates again. Do you mean depth from, I'll say, I'll call it from the boardwalk area out. It's approximately 100 feet, depending on where you are. So roughly 100 feet of dune area as you work out. Obviously, it jogs along. Sometimes I think it's 80, sometimes it's 110, 120.
Okay. And again, is this just something that we need to have written to make sure that this is what we're looking for?
Well, this is a part of the record.
Okay. It just doesn't say that. That's why I want to make, maybe I missed it, because we're talking about when the 10-foot that I was saying is, I guess, the 10-foot wide path for access, and then the 15-foot wide, path for the fire, access. So I know it's the record, but it's not specific. That's my thing.
Is that to scale? Just because there is language in the...
It is.
Yeah, so there's language in the conditions that talk about substantially similar to what's being supplied.
Okay.
So if this is to scale, staff can take a measurement from that and get, if it's 198, whatever.
It also has all the acreages on it.
Okay.
So there's actually a coverage associated with it. So, let's just say, for instance, when we go to FDEP, they want us to kind of round out the ends and make them wider, and maybe it's more narrow in the middle or vice versa. We're still trying to provide that acreage to you in coverage. So, I think you have a couple different measurements we're happy to provide.
Ask Ryan to
I
zoom
believe that's listed
into
in
the
the
mic.
chart below as far as the acreage and square footage.
Excuse me?
That's listed in your chart below.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's existing dunes and proposed dunes. We show that. Ryan, can you please zoom in?
And I think it's 5 and 6 that talk about the plans being specific and et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can actually see each dune area is called out, like 7,350 square feet in the top one, 14,275 square feet in the middle. So we try to do it by acreage just to see how much we're providing. Obviously, that's a little flexibility as you contour that and figure that out.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one on this particular number, and it might come out elsewhere, because on stormwater, one of the things that I did do a little further talking on after last week was, I know SwiftMud and FDOT, so this is probably going to come back to you, or both, are going to review this. But as a city overall, I personally would like to add, not as a city, but myself, and as a city, when I'm thinking of green mission, this is what it comes to. I know we don't have a number, a percentage, a rubric, if you want to call it a rubric, that makes it more. But my concern is that this vault that was proposed, which could change, we don't know what SwiftMud or FDOT are going to say, because this hasn't been taken there, but that we want a higher standard, and the reason why I'm saying it now is because we won't be a part of this later, that there is some type of pre-treatment before going into the vault, and some treatment when it sheet flows out into Gulf Boulevard. On a seasonal high, on a rainy day, on every summer, when that vault's to capacity, which could happen, again, not knowing the exact measurement, can we have a treatment? And again, FDOT might be putting this, but for a criteria to govern a new system for us. This is new overall, I would say, for this particular city. I think there's only one now that I've seen that's being proposed.
Right.
That we have a pre-treatment, a greater level of pollutant removal should there be stormwater runoff. And I don't know how to craft.
So you're probably getting more treatment than any other vault I'm aware of. Basically, if you go back to what we talked about last Wednesday, you only have about 12% in the largest storm event. So in a 100-year SwiftMud storm event, every single drop of water that goes into that vault is treated, never discharges from the site in a 100-year storm event. So typically in a treatment situation, and city manager can assist me with this, but you're typically treating an inch, 2 inches, usually, and you're going to SwiftMud criteria, but about 4 inches of rainfall is about the most you would treat typically. You're treating every rainfall up to 10, 12 inches, you're treating the entire thing.
And we're treating it through the sediment.
You're treating it through percolation in the ground, which is...
Correct. So therefore, and I'll just be facetious, if there's an oil rig out in the Gulf on the Gulf of Mexico that spills oil, are you okay with oil percolating through the sediment on the shore because, we're not treating it? I'm just being over. So are we okay with that when we know in that same website, stormtrap.com, there is always an option for pre-treatment, right? So I'm just trying to say, because it is a possibility that it could sheet flow into
No.
I'm sure you won't guarantee it 100% for me when you say no, but that in an event that it could happen, and why not treat it,
So treatment, so for instance, we'll go to the pre-treatment version. One of the ways you would do pre-treatment is you would put it into a landscape area, right? And I'm assuming this is what you're thinking. Landscape area, you put a drain a little bit higher than everything, it percolates into the ground, and then if you have any extra rainfall, it drops into the drain, goes into the vault. Well, what is that drainage swale? Percolating into the ground.
Correct. And I'm not saying that's...
But that's what pretreatment is.
Mm-hmm.
So whether you're percolating into the ground there or you're percolating in the vault, you're still treating it. I understand what you're saying. A lot of times when you're discharging off-site, so you pre-treat to go into a swale, and a lot of times they do a treatment train. So they'll do, first thing it'll go into a curb island, and it'll go into the rain garden. Then it'll go into, maybe an exfiltration trench, and then it'll go to the pond. And that's a treatment train as it's taking out. But in the end, that's going out to a pond system or out into the bay or something. With this, because of the amount of volume you're storing on site and you're discharging into the ground, you're pre-treating and treating pretty much every storm event you're talking about.
Doesn't the vast majority of all our stormwater go directly into the bay or something, not treated? I think that's how all our stormwater.
Correct. Most of your system within the city now, and that's why you have this code, because most of the city was built before the code existed, is that you have undersized storm pipes and not a lot of treatment systems even anywhere around. And so they discharge basically directly into the bay or into the DOT right-of-way. That's exactly what we're not doing in this system. I understand what you're saying, but we're accomplishing exactly what you're saying already.
Commissioner Feltz, I have an answer for you. Again, this is in draft form. It's nothing's confirmed yet, but it's looking like primarily median improvements in front of the property. There is a recommendation for a potential mid-block crossing down at 50th, but nothing in front of this property.
Just to add to that, as part of the Scott Gilner again with Kimley Horn, it's not part of that condition because I think that was a condition that staff wrote based on the safety study, and we're happy to comply with whatever was in front. But we're also doing the mid-block crossing as part of our FDOT pre-app meeting minutes, which is we have the one at the southern end, and then we have one that basically aligns with the 15-foot beach access in the center of our site. So in addition to what's in the safety study, we've already met with FDOT. Client was very happy to have that beach access so that immediately where that big 15-foot beach access is, there's also a mid-block crossing that we're adding. So it would look like any of the other ones out there with RRFBs, the reflective beacons, and then we would have the island and then the exact kind of crosswalk setup that you have out there.
And is it with, like, you push a button?
Yeah, it's one of the ones where...
reflective.
Yep.
Okay.
They're called RRFBs. I'm losing the acronym right now, but...
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Brandon.
For 36, the percentage for the trees for the native plants, I know we had conversations, or I did personally, with the landscape architect. I would definitely want that percentage higher. I know in talking with him, we also talked about making sure that, and I'm sure it's written here someplace, trying to read through it really quick, about the not use of invasive, if, let's just say 70% were Florida native, the 30% would be non-invasive exotic plants that, could do harm, making sure that the rear, and I know we said it's somewhere else, the west side of the property line wouldn't have any, so I just wanted kind of clarify to make sure.
Let me expand on that. Based on that meeting that we had, the trees that we submitted as part of the conditional use, those are the trees that you requested, the non-aggressive, I don't know what they're called, but those, so that's why we provided that palette, so that you have comfort that these are the trees that we're going to use and that they meet those criteria. So rather than drafting a condition, we actually presented to you the exact type of trees that we'd be using on the property to meet that criteria. With respect to a higher percentage, and I want to bring this up for the whole commission because it's something that we talked about, if you increase that percentage, it starts to not look as nice. So it's always our balance. And one of the reasons that we put the more full along Gulf Boulevard, right, is so that when you're looking down the street, you see the prettier trees. And then we take the greater percentage of the Florida native, 0 at the line, and you sort of weed them out so that the more native, less attractive in most situations plants are on the beach side. But if you do increase that, we have concerns, and our landscape architect had concerns about the visuals, and so we just want it to be transparent that it is not going to look nearly as pretty the higher you go above 50%.
Now, is it possible to have a range? Like, 'cause I think something that we talked about was in working with the staff. Again, I'm not here to decide the landscaping design, because I haven't seen it, but working with the staff, that the goal is to try to increase as much as possible. And I think I've mentioned, even with your landscape architect, and I know I spoke to the city manager about this, that in some cases where another concern was the availability of certain plant species because of heights. Let's say an 8-foot shade tree was required by the code, but we're able to find, a 7-foot tree for it. Would we be able to compensate for that, knowing obviously it's going to grow another foot, but because you need to meet that code, because we're trying to exceed this, that it would be allowable? And I don't know how we can do that, or if it's possible. I don't know if you thought about it.
Just to give you a little background on that, because I think it's helpful in your discussion, one of the things the landscape architect was really concerned about is the Florida native vegetation that grows higher and gets bigger is very limited. And even if we put in there certain types, sometimes it's incredibly hard to get those at that type of maturity from the nursery. And so one of the reasons that he was comfortable with the condition as it's written is it accounts for those kinds of, the last thing we want to do is agree to something and then we can't find the trees to put in of that size that are Florida native. So we are comfortable that we can accomplish the 50%. We're not comfortable with all of those parameters. We're willing to put a good faith effort or something. I mean, we absolutely will try to work through that. But again, that's going to be really constricted by what's available and also the aesthetics. And when you only have a certain amount of trees to choose from, it starts to look very monotonous and it doesn't look beautiful and full along Gulf Boulevard. So just things for the commission to consider.
To answer your question, though, when we review it, we'll have to meet the standards that are in our code for the size.
Okay. And is it possible, Mr. Sanders, to know whether there is some flexibility? I know we got to meet the code and it's kind of hard, but we're trying to exceed it. The Florida friendly I'm talking about, that if working with you and the staff, you're able to get closer to a higher percentage because, I'm not going to do the work for you. I know I've talked to people. There's a lot of distributors in the state of Florida that have that specific goal to increase the maturity of native plants availability for developers. I'm not, other than know that it exists, I know it exists. So how do we help, increase it?
Is what you're asking to draft something into a condition that says that if we are able to achieve greater than 50%, staff would have the ability to waive up to a certain percentage of the size of the trees in order to accommodate that. You're basically
If it's
saying, is there
possible.
flexibility for us to try to get there if we can't get, because of the vendors? Yes.
I think that's where we're headed.
Right, and I'm not talking about a seedling, obviously, you know,
understand.
something that we know it's
7
going to
feet
grow.
versus 8 feet or something to that.
That's something we could work
Sorry.
with the landscape architect on, you know, when we get there.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, we have to meet the code, so I think we need some condition that allows staff to waive portions of the code to meet that goal. Otherwise, there's no legal mechanism, I don't think, unless this board agrees to that now, for us to not meet code when we go through and get our permits.
Yeah, I agree, there needs to be some exception there.
And there are other conditions that speak to this, but maybe the city commission could affirm what was just talked about if it's something that you're on board with. But there is language in the code, alternative designs for required buffers may be approved by the city manager if they meet the intent of the code. If you're finding that this does meet the intent of the code, they plant more Florida native or Florida friendly landscaping in exchange for some kind of a waiver on the height or caliper. That might be, I think that would be covered.
We can do that administratively, correct?
Correct, and it would, you know, just because it's a determination that the alternative design meets the intent of the regulations and sound landscaping practices, just if there were an affirmation that whatever conditions placed in would do that.
And Mayor, I think you wanted to talk about this as well, and I want to
No,
consider anything that you might have been thinking.
you've got it covered
Good with that?
on the plans, yep.
And then there was one that I didn't see here, and I'm just trying to look for it really quick from the printout that I got right today for this meeting, for, in reference to improving the safety on Gulf Boulevard, the sidewalk, right? And I think you all know that I talked about the curb cuts before and the reduction, which is in our comprehensive plan, right? We're looking for a reduction in curb cuts. I know there's 3 existing curb cuts, so keeping what is there makes it seem like we're just keeping what is there, but anybody who's lived here long enough knows that the 3 weren't used all the time, right? So something that, I would like, again, and this is improving safety. We know there's traffic. I know personally there's potential issues with either people coming north or south on Gulf Boulevard where they're going to turn, bikers, walkers, and so forth, that having a main entry, which I read also in a lot of FDOT documentation and Pinellas Forward, that is something that they look for, that one be the main and one be ancillary, if you want to call it ancillary, one that allows for loading and unloading for trucks. If you think of the one on the north end, whether you have a bar or something that only allows for loading and unloading trucks, or for fire, EMT, and if you're all familiar with this, they all have, fobs basically that are given to them so they could open these gates along Gulf Boulevard. That is something that I would like to see.
If I may. We did meet with FDOT. We will meet with them again, if you would like. We will make a commitment to meet with them again. We feel really confident that they're going to tell us the same thing about these entrance points and the redundancy points and the safety points. But we talked about this as a group. We will be happy to meet with them again and sort of propose this. But the only thing we would ask in return is if they do make a change based on what we say, that we can make those administrative changes during site plan approval. But we will affirmatively, you can put a condition in there that within, 60 days or whatever, we will meet with FDOT. It's hard to get a meeting with them, so give us 60 days, please.
And I don't know what you all think about it. I mean, it's just me talking. I don't know if you thought about this at all.
I've thought through it all in depth for 2 months.
I would defer to FDOT on that one. I mean, I think that's what we have to do anyway, correct? Like, I think they're the ultimate decider on what happens on Gulf Boulevard, so. I think if they can meet with them again and confirm.
And this is for the city manager. Is that something that you participate as well? Knowing the goal of what's written in the comprehensive, I don't want to say it's the goal, I'm sure it's written as a goal, but on the comprehensive plan of reducing curb cuts, is this something that you participate in? Because we know it will be an administrative decision, but I just want to make sure that the city is involved in this.
Yes, the city's definitely involved with the DOT discussions on any projects.
For the record, Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn. For Commissioner Resnicki, I just want to kind of show you, I think what you described makes sense. You typically have one primary access and an auxiliary access, and one primary access and auxiliary access. I think that's exactly what we're doing here. We have the JW Marriott to the north. The northern driveway is your primary access. The center one is really your auxiliary access. It's where your service trucks come out. It's also where your emergency fire access goes in to get to the beach access that goes out through the 15-foot beach access. The main access for the 2 hotels to the south is the southern access. So we actually, I think kind of exactly how you described it is kind of what we have. We have primary access for JW, the northern one, the auxiliary access, really the center one, and the primary access for the 2 hotels to the south is the southern access.
And again, I can't see that on this because I didn't see that. I saw it as 3 in total. Preferably the center would be your main, right? Because remember what I'm also thinking is about the southern and northern properties. Bellwether has a curb cut fairly close to the property line on the south end of this property. Seamark has another one that's close to the northern end of this property. Actually, they have 2, right, that are fairly close to each other. And when you're talking about pedestrian safety, that's what I'm trying to address. So I hope that's what, again, this could be administrative, but I want to make sure that that's part of the discussion. It's not just this property, but the effect on both the northern, and I'm sure FDOT will do this too.
That's what I was going to say.
But I want to make sure on the record that this is what we're trying to accomplish, is the safety of the pedestrians, the vehicles on the road, the bikers as an added, and that the staff are tasked with that in making sure that we accomplish that.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think we have our marching orders on that. I think we do.
Mayor, I'd like to request a recess. Brief one.
All right, let's recess until 9:50, 11 minutes. Back in session. Okay, where do we leave off? Commissioner Ruznicki?
Let me just go through something since I have it in front of me, because I think some housekeeping things before I forget. One, some of the wording, and you would have to do kind of like a search through all the documentation, on specifically on the staff report, wherever it says request, for it to be require. And this is the teacher in me. I would ask that as a housekeeping. And also where, on a resolution, where it says whereas, and then we have the applicant, Derek Hott, again, as a housekeeping, for this to be clarified, Alan Smallwood, and I don't know if possible, I know there was, we talked with Mr. Young, who spoke last week, and making sure, I don't know if it needs to be in writing, but that Sussex is, in order to protect the city, can it be in writing that they're behind this LLC? You know, and that's just a question, and that would go to the city attorney as well. But those were some of my kind of housekeeping that I wanted to address.
Yes, that's actually a good catch with the Derek Hout, who's no longer there, so that should be updated to the current signatory. With respect to a confirmation, we have said on the record, Columbia Sussex, how they own the property and that they are the parent company. I'm not sure what else you want with respect to confirmation.
I defer that to the attorneys.
I mean, I'm sure you can supply whatever. Have you already supplied that information, or?
I mean, an org chart showing that they're coming down, that they're a parent, it's going to show, I can put a letter in to say,
like that.
This will confirm that Columbia Sussex is the parent company of CP St. Pete Beach LLC, if that makes you comfortable.
Yeah, it's something to that effect with your signature, I think, as a member of the Florida Bar, you're, yeah.
Okay.
And then just the request to require.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess there was some verbiage that says the city requests.
I looked through, I didn't see where that was. Maybe Brandon can find it.
Too, but, yeah, I don't know if.
There was one other housekeeping matter that I forgot to bring up. When we talk about, and this is probably for the city manager as well as Brandon, we talk about prior to the issuance of the building permit for Hotel 1, we're assuming that is the vertical building permit for the buildings, not like a demo permit or, and we just want to clarify that for the record, because technically permit could mean a lot of different things. I'm pretty sure that's the intent, but I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you very much.
Brandon, do you have any, I mean, the request, because I did try to scan for that. I only found one request in there.
There were several times in the staff report where we asked, where we had requests, and that was for information that we.
That's what I meant. Did I not say that? Probably, sorry. Staff report.
Okay, well, the staff report's not going to control. It'll be
Well,
this.
the conditions, I think, isn't it?
There had been times where we had asked for information if it was available, things like debris recycling and other things that are promoted through the code or comp plan, but aren't necessarily part of the conditional use permit criteria. But there was one item in the resolution that was pertaining to the water features. We had requested that, but we changed that to be a shall, so that's a mandatory requirement.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Does that cover everything? Okay.
I think we covered that.
Got it. And is it Alan Smallwood? Is that what it is? Alan?
Alan Smallwood, yes.
I think that's what it was. I've got the affidavit that you sent me. Yeah. Okay.
It is Alan.
Okay.
Good.
So, Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go. Go ahead. By all means.
I think overall, there's a lot of good with this project. I think a lot of efforts have been made in areas where, it's my job to follow the code, and I may not agree totally with everything that's in there, but it's my understanding that's my job with this conditional use permit, along with other things, of course. And there's just a couple items for me, like I brought it up earlier, section 39.7, street level facades, and C, where it's talking about the parking structures, and where it abuts a public road. And it will be designed such that the function of the building is not readily apparent except at points of ingress and egress. And I'm curious, it's, as I asked the applicant's counsel, the 4 renderings we saw, is that what you wanted to limit yourself to as far as, what you were submitting? So I guess my question to the other commissioners is, do they find those acceptable?
Well, and again, I think this is coming back to the staff, I think, when we're talking about architectural design or elements, or like the curb cuts, or the shade trees, the landscaping, landscaping architecture. I think this is something that we're going to administratively address.
Well, I think this specific one on the renderings we saw, I think it was a consensus that those will be presented at the community meeting to get input, and then that would come back for the commission to decide which one you want.
Yeah.
I think that was the way, that was the consensus.
Of the four that were supplied?
Correct.
Okay. And you guys are good with that?
Yep. I am.
No.
I think that it's, we live in a world of parking garages that are built to similar codes. And so I don't know that any of us is not clever enough to see to recognize a parking garage when we see one, even if it's designed to look as little like a parking garage as possible. So I think on the one hand, it's very easy to look at those renderings and go, this isn't supposed to look like a parking garage, but it kind of looks like a parking garage. But it's also, I think, because so many parking garages are built to similar codes, where, it doesn't really look like the parking garage at the airport, but it looks like all the parking garages downtown. So for me personally, I think it's a reasonable compromise.
And then,
I'm not sure I agree. Right. It says it's not supposed to look like one. I'm not sure how you make a 9-story garage on the main road in front of everybody, not make it look like one. But as you said, it's not on us to decide whether we like the code or not, but to apply it. And that is the standard, and that is what it says.
yeah, and, I think, to your point, Commissioner Marriott, maybe not so much as does it look like a garage, but has the applicant done everything possible to make it look as nice as possible?
Right,
I think that's more my question. And then the other one, which we haven't brought up yet, under criteria for review, section 412, is 9B, the proximity of any adjacent residential, and I brought this up in the prior meeting, residential building to the Florida CCC line, and degree to which the proposed temporary lodging use and/or any accessory use or structure maintains an open view of the waterfront from neighboring properties. And this item, along with other items in reading this, is subjective. Do do those units in the C Mark, will they be able to look over the, and again, this was addressed last meeting, we talked about it, will they be able to look over the Serrata property anymore, some of those units that are level 7 and up? No. But will they still have a view of the beachfront? Yes, they will. So that's subjective, quite frankly, but that's just another point, you know, in reading through this and giving this thought over the past few days that I kept coming back to. So I was curious of the commission's opinions on that one.
Boy, you read my mind. That's one of my sticking points. And I specifically asked that question, you know, can you define view? Is it 20 degrees? Is it 90 degrees? And from what I've heard from the staff and others, there's not an answer to that. So it's kind of open to our interpretation. Is the best I could come up with.
Yeah, and I'll, I mean, just a personal example. I live across from the large resort district, and long before I ever even thought about getting involved with this, and when I purchased my house, I noticed I could walk at the end of the street and I could look across and see the sunset almost to the beach, but I was aware that there was a hotel there. I'm aware that redevelopment is part of cities. You know, so I've given that consideration as well, specifically with 9B and you know, thinking of those unit owners who, and I understand some have owned in there for a long time, but others haven't. You know, so that comes to mind as well, just being aware of the environment that you're purchasing in or living in. But again, that one's a little bit subjective to me with how it's written, and quite frankly, I can see both sides of it.
I'll just say it is a hard one. You know, throughout the city where you have homes, right? And I'll speak for myself. I live in the Don Cesar neighborhood, right? So when I first moved there was a drawbridge, right? And in that year, 2010, there was a drawbridge. Now there's no longer the drawbridge. Now we have a new bridge. Did my view change? Absolutely. Did I have to endure construction? Absolutely. Did the view improve? Well, I could say now maybe it improved a little bit. I'm not saying a building is the same by any means, but we were met with that, you know. At a time before I lived there was no bridge. You know, I don't remember all the residents coming to the Don Cesar's defense, which I know through historical documents that there was a large group of people against the drawbridge, okay? People lost waterfront property, okay? So it is difficult, don't get me wrong. I hear the residents, I understand the frustration. I went to Seamark, I did see the view, not only towards the beach, but you could see the Skyway Bridge from many of those balconies, okay? So then it goes back to what you know, Commissioner Lorenzen just said. What's that percentage? It's not written in the code. So are we losing 100%? Are we okay with 30%? Are we okay with 70%? It is very subjective. You know, can you lose 100%? Yes, I've come to Board of Adjustment meetings because a property owner in our neighborhood bought a house that had an empty lot next to it. Now it has a 4-story home, and they're at foundation. So, and they're on waterfront property. So it is difficult. It hurts people in many ways. It's very difficult to answer. So, you know, I don't see what we're trying to decide here as easy. It's difficult, but it's happening everywhere. You know, do you say stop development overall, including homes, including commercial, because of what could happen? We get used to something for a very long time, but how do you justify it? And it's not just, you know, it's property rights. It is in our code. We've got to maintain a view, but that it's hard. What is that view? What percentage is that view? Can we control our neighbor? Or how can we be better neighbors? Again, why I emphasize how we improve the impact to the neighbor. You know, we're talking about Seamark. I am deferring to the applicant's attorneys, knowing that they have spoken to the Bellwether because they represent them. But I would have asked the same things to them and that owner, and what's the impact? Because there's going to be one. So it's happening on both ends. So it is very difficult. So I can't give you here's the rubric, here's how we can say yes or no, because it doesn't exist. So it's just difficult
And
for me.
fair enough. I appreciate that input. You know, a lot of those thoughts were thoughts I have been having as well. But again, I'll say it again. I think there's a lot of areas where they went above and beyond. And I guess my question is, did they do the same thing with the design of the parking garage? Did they do the same thing with the design of the JW with the views?
So, let me pitch into this particular discussion. I think when you look at it, let's take the view issue, right? You're not going to like me saying this, but you have to be able to say yes or no, right? It's not making a decision is not an option, right? So as much as we would like to say, well, it's a tough decision, we got to make a decision, right? And no matter which way you decide, you're going to have to explain to them why you made that decision, right? So in the case of saying, we're going to approve the project, then you have to be able to explain to the C-Mark residents, here's why we made that decision. Yeah, it's going to kill your view, it's going to kill your property values, but here's why I made that decision anyway. The criteria that I use is, would a reasonable person come to the same conclusion? Or, if I was a C-Mark resident, would I make the same decision? And that's something all of us have to be able to answer. If you lived in that building, would you be okay with your view gone and your property values being decreased by whatever amount it is? Conversely, if a reasonable person, a reasonable average resident from out in the public, if they were here to make the same decision, would they make the same decision, knowing the impact, the negative impact it will have on the immediate residential property values? And that is something that is specifically covered in our land development code and our comprehensive plan. Because a discussion with views, it isn't an arbitrary thing. In fact, it's mentioned 3 times. It was important enough to reiterate how important the preservation and the maintenance of views and vistas is. In fact, it was so important that they took the time to write it out 3 different times in 3 different sections, right? And so it is part of our, of our duty here to say, well, yeah, it's a tough decision. Of course it is. It should be a tough decision, right? Somebody's not going to be happy at the end of the decision, right? But we need to be able to look at the land development code and the comprehensive plan and say, well, based on what this says, here's how I'm basing my decision. And with the views, it seems to be pretty straightforward, right? You got to maintain them, you got to preserve them, you got to protect them. I'm not sure that this project is doing that. In fact, I'm not seeing any attempts to mitigate that. In fact, if we go back to the December 5th meeting, and Commissioner Woznicki, if I can pick on you again, just because you quite often like to ask for renderings, right? And I understand, for me as well, it helps me when I see things. Maybe not everybody operates that way, but certainly it's helpful. And December 5th, I asked, what are the views like today? Because they said, well, this is what the views will be, and oh my God, it could have been like this, but don't worry, we're going to give you this. And I said, well, can we see what they look like today? Oh, we don't have that. I said, well, can you bring it for next time? 2 months they had. And when we asked them last week again, do you have them? No. It wasn't deemed important enough for us to be able to see what do they have and what will it cost them in the views that they will lose. It's not important enough, right? They're dismissive of the residents, right? When the applicant came and he talked about the way that he talked about those residents, those gosh darn pesky residents always bothering us about their views and their cell phone towers. That's somebody's livelihood. That's somebody's biggest, most important asset. And how to be so callous and so dismissive? Anyway, I don't think that's necessarily the only and the biggest issue, right? Because we talked about in the beginning and said, hey, okay, before we look at what conditions we're going to apply, and I mean, I brought a list of things that I looked at it as I'm reading through the conditions and say, well, if it does get approved, at least the residents we should try to get a fair deal for the residents, because I'm not sure that we're getting a fair deal for the residents. You know, you've got the freebie or the multimodal transportation. I think we need to look at a different amount and different time frame. They've talked about a discount program for the residents. Well, we'll do something. What? We'll see. We asked for parking for the residents, not just during a storm situation, but in the conversation about, resident discount. Well, we'll see. We'll get back to you. I don't see it anywhere in today's list. We talked about, the restrictions on the lots, right? They want to have 3 properties, even though the comprehensive plan and land development code quite clearly talks about a single integrated development. This is not that. This is 3 different hotels, 1 sort of a resort, 1 an old building, and then 1 new one that's, as the applicant keeps calling it, a limited service hotel. And so to me, I look at it and say, well, I don't really subscribe that that is the right way to do it. I can see the argument for it. But then when I asked the staff about this on December 5th, they said, no, if you were to split these 3 lots, you could not get what you are asking for today, right? Which then tells me a reasonable person would have to say, well, should you be allowed to split the lots at some point in the future? Because that would then make them non-conforming to the Comprehensive Plan Land Development Code. And then we get some kind of answer like, well, what we'll really do is we need to do it this way so we can finance it. Fine, finance the structure however you want, as far as your LLCs and your loans and your mortgages, that's fine. But there needs to be language that says you will never, ever be able to subdivide this property and make it non-conforming, because you're required to have an integrated resort with here's a list of amenities, and you're not giving us that. You're giving us 3 separate hotels, right? So we can, another condition I would look at, everywhere else in the city, we have a 10 o'clock curfew, right, for noise and everything else. So why is their pool open until 11 o'clock? That should be a restriction. We talked about, I think you brought this up, Commissioner, about transportation and offsetting and shuttles to the airport. But we have 3 airports, and the conditions only mention 1, right? We've got equidistant from where we are located, almost virtually the same distance. You've got Sarasota and Tampa, almost the same distance. Clearwater, St. Pete is a little bit closer by a 7-mile bridge, right? Well, do people only come from, in fact, the plan has the PIE Clearwater Airport, which, unless you're flying Allegiant, no one else is, right? So why not have a shuttle from the Tampa Airport and the Sarasota Airport, which are more likely to be of much higher impact? So these are just some of the shortcomings that I look at and say, well, we had opportunities to ask for something that is reasonable and valuable to residents, and we didn't, But it goes back to the first question, and the first question is whether, right? We talked a lot about if and how. But before we talk about how we proceed, we really should decide if we're going to proceed. Now, I'm gathering by the discussion we've had for the last almost, did we go over time? We did. We are out of time, and nobody caught it. I will entertain a motion to extend.
I'll make a motion to extend the time to, should we say 11:30 to be on the safe side?
Certainly.
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen.
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott.
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So going back to the whether or not, right? Should this project move forward or not? And at the expense of reading you a short paragraph, and believe me, nobody likes to be lectured, none of us like to be lectured, but I think it is important, just as a reminder to us all, you know, when we look at the Land Development Code Section 4.1, where we talk about conditional use applications, right? And it states by saying certain uses are conditional uses rather than uses by right. Now, I asked myself, why do they put this sentence in here? First sentence in the first paragraph talking about conditional uses. Well, somebody must have thought that was really important because it sets the tone for everything else that comes after that. And as a reminder that what we're talking about here, it's an application. You're coming to ask for permission. As it states here, it is not a use by right, but rather you have to go through this process, right? Because some things can have a significant adverse effect on the environment, public services, the desired character of an area, and may create nuisances. A review of these uses is necessary due to the impact that they may have on surrounding areas and neighborhoods. The conditional use review provides an opportunity to allow the use when there are minimal impacts. Minimal impacts. It doesn't say no impacts, it says minimal impacts. I think that's an important distinction. And to allow the uses, but impose mitigating measures, these are the conditions, right? So if there is a situation and we look at it and say, you know what, this doesn't quite fit, I think this may have a negative impact, but here's how we can offset this, right? Here's how we can make some concessions from the developer so that it does benefit the community, it does benefit our residents, even though there may be a potential negative impact. And then further it says, or to deny the use if the concerns cannot be resolved. So here's a funny thing, I've sat through this presentation now 3 times. I think I have a total of close to 20 hours looking at just in session at this particular project. And we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from their experts, we've heard from the city staff, and we've heard, I mean, I have over 2,000 pages of emails from residents. Needless to say, we've heard from everybody. And what's really interesting is they don't agree on almost anything, right? But they agree on one thing, that the impact of this will not be minimal, that this development will have a major impact on our community, on our city, on the neighbors, on Gulf Boulevard, and not just for today, but rather from now on until perpetuity. And so what the code tells us is, in the situation where you can mitigate the situations, get conditions and do that. Now, a lot of these conditions talk about we want plants, we want this, we want so on. But what no one is looking at is saying, okay, here are the issues that we've created for the adjoining properties, for the neighbors, for the neighborhood, and what was done to mitigate it. And in fact, I look at it, and in many instances, the exact opposite was done of mitigating, but rather there are situations, for example, take the North Building, Hotel 1 it's called. So you have the proposed new hotel here, and to the north of it, you have the Seamark property. If you wanted to minimize the impact, and when you go back into the Land Development Code, it talks about noise, pollution, nuisance, dust, all sorts of other things. If you wanted to minimize the impact on that property, where would you put the entrance? Well, you wouldn't put it between them. You would put it on the opposite side. Now, we've heard many reasons why we can't do this because of, but maybe there's a different reason, right? But what you haven't done is you haven't mitigated the impact. You haven't minimized it. You've actually created a situation where you've made it far worse for the neighboring property than what it was, than what it is currently, and than what it could be, right? So I've stayed at many, many resorts all over the world. Most recently, we were with the Florida League of Cities in Orlando. We stayed at one of the Hiltons, whatever the equivalent of their JW is. And there was a valet stand just like that with a U-shaped driveway just like they're proposing. And the 5 days that I was there, the cars were out all over the porte-cochere, around the corner, nonstop, 24 hours. I mean, 24/7, it was just constant, backed up, backed up. And then imagine living next to that. You've got a balcony overlooking the entrance to a major resort. You think there's not going to be any lights from cars? You think there's not going to be honking, any yelling, any screaming, any kids running around, any valets yelling at each other back and forth going on 24/7? Of course not. That's going to be happening. And so again, I look at it and say, well, how could you have minimized the impact on the residents? Well, you could have moved the entrance over this way. Or why not take the really tall building and put it next to the other really tall building where there's a hotel? Put the shorter building next to the Seamark, right? So you're not impacting their views. But again, not particularly worried about the impact on the residents. You know, I look at it and see, we've had several conversations tonight. We've asked about conditions that are spelled out in the comprehensive plan, right? The emphasis on green and sustainability. And every time we ask for a condition that actually furthers the goals of the comprehensive plan, and, you know, to Ms. Betzel's credit, this is what the comprehensive plan is today, this is what we're going to deal with, and one of the things it asks for is sustainability and green. But every time we ask for it, nope, it's too much. It's too expensive. Right? Can't do that. I mean, it's one of the goals, but we're not going to really worry about the goals and furthering the goals of the comprehensive plan. But when the residents say too much, right, when the neighbors say, hey, you're going to have, it's going to be too tall, it's going to be blocking too much of my view, it's going to be too noisy, it's going to be too loud, there's going to be too many lights, too many people screaming, too much impact, you know, there's going to be people looking into my balcony from across where right now I don't have anyone, I'm not losing my privacy. Every time somebody from here says too much, what's the response? Well, that's too bad. That's the response. We've seen it from this podium, dismissive, saying that somehow, you know, people's opinions are not valid, right? The fact that you might lose the value of your property somehow is of no great concern to anyone. A couple more things and then. So when I look at that, and when the Land Development Code says, hey, if you cannot resolve the concerns, you've got to deny. And that's where we are today. The concerns that our residents have listed, the concerns that were identified by staff, the concerns that any of us looking at this project have seen, and almost none of them have any resolution. And so if there is no resolution, how can we say move forward with this project? Would a nice JW be nice? I think so. I've stayed at a few of them, right? Would nicer buildings and renovated buildings be nice? Absolutely. Would it be nice to take a, not going to say anything but the current situation of the property, but it could be an improvement. But does it conform? And it does not. And the applicant and their experts have not in any convincing way, you know, shown that it does, and they certainly haven't met their burden of proof. Just going back at a couple more things. So section 4.4 of the Land Development Code. Part of it is whether the application will have significant adverse impacts on the livability and usability on nearby land due to noise, dust, fumes, glare from lights, late-night operations, odors, vehicular traffic, trucks, delivery trucks, all of those things, right? And what I see is that there are ways that this could have been done where it minimizes the impact, but instead, we're focused about minimizing the impact on the tourists and the visitors. Yeah, don't put the entrance in the middle. Don't put the tall building next to another hotel, right? We got to make sure we protect that, but we're not going to worry about whether we're going to have negative impact on the users and on the current people that live there. Part of it is supposed to improve Gulf Boulevard. It's supposed to improve health and safety and supposed to improve traffic. I'm not seeing anything that shows us where it's actually improving it, but rather we're seeing a lot of negative impact. And so, Commissioner Marriott, I'm not going to single you out. I'm simply referring to something that you mentioned earlier where you said, well, we're getting a lot. I think we're being asked of a lot. And what we're getting in return, which I have a hard time putting my finger on, is certainly not apples to apples or commensurate with what we're asked to give. One can clearly see where the benefit is to the applicant, but I have a hard time seeing where the benefit is to our residents, especially when we cannot mitigate the issues. The issues are what they are. Another thing, when you look at, especially at the neighbors, whether it be the CMARC, the Boca Grande, or the other ones, it says there's supposed to be no unreasonable or disproportionate negative impacts are imposed upon nearby or adjacent properties. That's in 412. But what's happening here is rather than minimizing the negative impact is we're actually maximizing the impact, right? By the way that the property is designed and in the way that it's positioned. So to me, when I look at this in its entirety, when I look at the project, and this goes back to something that Commissioner Reznicki asked a few days ago, because you referenced your experience with the Don Cesar, right? And you mentioned about how in that negotiation, because there actually was one, right, in that discussion, how the hotel came to the residents and how you discussed some potential options. And I'm not sure that you actually got what you were looking for, but maybe you got more than if you hadn't been talking to them. And I'm not sure that the hotel was happy with the outcome, but maybe they got a better outcome than if they hadn't had that conversation. And so I think you asked a very interesting point, which is, why has this particular development been so polarizing, I guess, right? Now, I've seen all the emails, so I can tell you exactly how many have been in favor and how many against. It's not even in the same universe. But I think I have an answer as to why it's been so polarizing. Because again, on the face of it, I think a project like this has merits. It could be a nice project. It could be a huge improvement for the area. But does it fit? Does it fit the criteria? Sadly, it doesn't. But could it have been designed from the beginning as a project that does fit the criteria? And I think the answer is yes. But I think the way that the approach was simply, here's what we're going to do. That's it. Right? We had 2 community meetings for this particular development. One of the requirements is to collect comment cards and questions so that this is, again, from the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, You're supposed to collect those with one specific thing in mind, so that you can use it to go back and design the project and put conditions into place that benefit the residents. So where were those cards? Well, they disappeared. First we're told they don't exist, then 3 months later they appeared after the TRC meeting. So after the point where the staff is supposed to sit down and say, hey, what conditions can we put in based on the resident input? Well, the resident input was nowhere to be found. I think part of the other reason why it's been so contentious is, and this was just, you go back to just last Wednesday, the dismissive attitude, the condescending attitude, and we saw this in December as well, where maybe it's just me, but I asked multiple questions that were just ignored by the experts. I asked about views. It's not important enough to show you what it looks like. We talked about curb cuts. Can you show us, can you be more specific? We asked about renderings for this or the other. We talked about traffic numbers. Give me numbers, give me data. Couldn't answer it, wouldn't answer it, you know? And I think part of the reason that, again, this has been the way it has been, this contentious, is because we didn't get the residents involved, we didn't get the community involved, and nobody came and said, look, we're a family company. We want to be part of this community for a very long time. How can we come and contribute? How can we come be part of this community and be here for a very long time where we're providing benefits to the community? Yes, it's certainly going to benefit us from having a close to $500 million project, right? But that's not the way this was presented. And so now it falls back on us, the commission, and say, well, where do we go from here? Right? Are we improving, say, I mean, here's the most latest thing that we did with Forward Pinellas, right? This was in the package. Vision Zero, right? We're committing to a goal of 0 transportation-related deaths, approach limited transportation-related deaths, minimize, right? It's one of the commitments that we have as a city, just like we have all the goals that we have in a comprehensive plan and saying, hey, if we're moving forward with this, are we accomplishing the goals of our city? Are we accomplishing the goals that we have committed to as a community? And the answer is no. The answer is no. And so those are my thoughts on the merits of what I think the merits of this project are. I think there's an opportunity for the applicant to go back to the drawing board, sit down with the community, get the community engaged, bring a project that the community can say, you know what, we love it, we're proud of this, we'd love to have this, or the neighbors aren't probably already lining up to get legal advice, right? And so, again, to me, I look at it and say, would a reasonable person out in the audience, if they were sitting in my chair, would they make the same decision? If I was a resident of the C-Mark, would I make the same decision? And so to me, those are my thoughts.
I'd like to comment.
Certainly.
So, with the views, like I said before, they still will have views of the water. They won't have the view over the property. So again, as I'll say again, I could see both sides on that one. And quite frankly, if any of the other commission members see that the project as a whole is good enough to vote yes for it with the conditions, you know, I can see where you're coming from on it. And I want to be clear, I think there's a lot of good in this, and I think there's been a lot of efforts made. But with the aesthetic and architectural features, that's where I have my biggest questions. The parking garage, that was a question from the prior commission. As I disclosed in my ex parte, I met with council, I met with the architect. I gave examples of parking garages and made recommendations. I just feel everything wasn't done to really, I don't want to use the word hide it because that's not what it is, but with the goal in mind of bettering it. And
If I may use the land development code, I think what you're looking for is mitigation measures. It's looking to minimize the impact of that building and the looks of it, and you're supposed to mitigate what it looks like so it's not so obvious, right? So that it's not a glaring eyesore.
that's part of it, yes, but the other part of it is making it, I mean, it says, part of the criteria is aesthetic and architectural features of the development. I have a question still as to if they did everything possible to make it look, one, as aesthetically pleasing as possible, and two, which part of that is hiding it. But again, just like I said about the views, if any other commission members up here feel that the project as a whole is good for the community, I can certainly see your side. And I just want to say I put my name in the hat to do this job because I care about the city. It's not for votes. Quite frankly, I don't even know if I'm going to run, but I care about the city. And I'm just applying what I see in the code, and that's a big one I have a question mark on, and there was a question mark on it from the prior commission as well. So.
Well, thank you. I think everybody's added some great thoughts, and Mayor, you gave me some things to think about I had not considered, so it's a good thing to listen to others. Look, this is a big moment in St. Pete Beach. I don't think the city's faced anything like this in decades, as far as I can tell. So what we've got on one hand is the Columbia Sussex group that came in, put down over $200 million to purchase the Serrata, and they're indicating that they might put another $250 million into redeveloping that property. The comp plan basically is begging developers to come in and redo the large resort district, all 0.9 miles of it. On the other hand, is a very sizable group, and it's hard to measure exactly how many. I know we have numbers that have spoken out against this. And a lot of it's been kind of qualitative, not quantitative, like reasons why it doesn't meet the CUP. In my opinion, a lot of it seems to be based on fear or emotion, which has its place as well. And I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing. Hear me out. It's very difficult to know, in my mind, how many people are for this. I've met with some people that own small businesses, some people that are for this. They think it's time the city moved on to a different phase, away from the 50s and 60s stuff we have going on along the beach. But they're kind of quiet, I've found. They don't like to talk about it. They don't want to get into it with the neighbors. And the small business owners don't want to put it out there because of fear of folks not wanting to do business with them. Good or bad, that's what some of them told me. So we have a comp plan, and it asks, it lists how many TLUs you can do. They want to increase revenue from hotels, and what's major in the comp plan is trying to fix that 80-20 ratio between residents paying taxes and commercial properties paying taxes via the bed tax. So there's that to consider. That's the reason we have a large resort development, or district, and that's what the comp plan is asking for. As far as traffic, I think it's game over already for traffic. I mean, St. Pete is exploding. Everywhere we look, there's apartment buildings going up, all along Tyrone, down 19, and where are they all going to go to the beach? They're all coming here. And in my mind, there's one way they're all getting here, and it's on the Bayway. And I think it's just going to continue to get worse. So I look at the 264 additional units that are being proposed. So let's say that entire built-out hotel is full, okay? I don't know how often that happens, but let's say they're all full. Of that 264, worst case, double occupancy, maybe 132 cars. And then I'd say, well, how many of those are really going to be on the road each day? I know when I go to a resort, I like to park it and enjoy the resort. So I don't see that as a big factor as much as I do all the people that are coming in here, and it's only going to get worse. I mean, Pass the Grill is a mess now. Not just in season, it's just a mess every weekend. For the C-Mark folks, I get it. Believe me, I totally understand that the upper floors would lose a good chunk of your view. The cell tower issue, I think that's going to be easily resolved. I own a property in Pass Grill that I knew when I bought it, we had a little tiny cottage next to us, and one day that thing is going to get destroyed, and there's going to be a 3-floor tower next to us, and we're going to lose our views. I knew that when I bought the property. So there's also the issue of residents versus business owners. I'm all for the residents, but we also have to respect the rights of business owners in town and those that want to build businesses. So to me, it's not just a one group, it's both groups. We're not elected just to take care of residents, we're elected to take care of everybody, business owners and residents. Having said all that, to me, the Achilles heel in this entire thing, and I'm probably preaching to the choir, Mayor, but is a comprehensive plan. I mean, when I read that thing, I would never have approved that. I mean, I think it's got things in there that, that allow too much for the residents, but, you know, it's the guiding document that we have here today. We can't change that. That's what's in print, 2012, and, you know, I don't even want to go through the whole history of CRG versus the other group, versus referendums, versus lawsuits. A lot of work went into that, and I have to assume there was good reasoning why they put those numbers in there. But I hope whatever comes out of this, that there's a strong movement to take a hard look at that comp plan and see what we can fix in there. So some closing thoughts. I'll tell you, I've sent crews in the Cat 4 hurricanes with easier decision-making than I have on this thing. I have been torn on this 50-50 since the first day I watched that December 5th video. You know, I can see points on both sides. I've watched the planning board video. I bet I've done 100 hours of research on this thing. And I kind of came in here still with a 50-50 mindset, which to me is a good thing. I'm trying to listen to everybody and really think it through. So at the end of the day, the comp plan is there. The city staff has said, we recommend approval. The planning board has recommended approval. I also understand the outcry from the residents, a large outcry. And I'm sitting here going, okay, it kind of meets the requirements. Do I love the look of it and the size? I don't particularly, personally. So when I look at that scale between a large group of residents that are unhappy and one ownership group that wants to do something, the scale kind of is wobbling. And that's where I'm at. So I'd like to hear some other comments from the other commissioners and get this to a vote tonight, one way or another.
If I may.
I'm not gonna, it'll be 10 seconds. And I just want to say this so that you hear me. I can't tell you how much, forget as a mayor, as a resident, I appreciate you hearing the amount of time you spent going back and watching that stuff. I mean, that to me speaks volumes. I'm not sure if we'll end up with the same decision, whether we'll agree or not, but I do respect and I do appreciate.
Same for you.
Sorry.
It's okay. So I think, I think that all of us and a large number of residents and the applicant have put in a lot of hours and a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of trying to figure out what the right thing is to do. I think that, and the mayor mentioned that I had said I see some benefits to the city, and there's a couple of benefits that really haven't been talked about tonight that I think are, that you almost can't put a value on, and those are the beach easements and the beach access. And, you know, having to prove a customary use or go through that process to get, you know, significant long-term beach access behind any of the private properties on the beach is, as the city attorney has said on previous occasions, is a very challenging thing. And getting these beach access and the beach easements, both for the boardwalk, you know, just seaward of the dunes and also landward of the high tide mark, or, you know, landward of the wet sand, you know, for a property that wide to get that kind of perpetual beach easement along with the restoration of the dunes is quite valuable in my eyes, and valuable to the city for an extended period of time. And so I think that that's worth keeping in mind, that those are, those are things that if somebody develops without having to get a conditional use, we have no chance of getting, And so there's big chunks of that large resort district where if applicants and future people who are coming into this with a future idea of doing any kind of development, if they come into it thinking like, man, that conditional use process is probably not going to happen, so we're going to do a smaller scale development where we don't have to ask for all those permissions, we're never going to get those beach easements. And I think that's practically a priceless thing that we're getting on the beach. I think that it's a funny thing because for me personally, it's not my kind of resort. I'm not a resort girl. I'm a camp in my van in the Walmart parking lot girl. But having a diversity of lodging options for people and for tourists and for residents who live here to have their family come to, I think is a good thing. And then I think one of the most important things that we all need to remember, and I think it's true for government at any level, is that we don't have the power to compel behavior. We can't tell somebody what they have to do or how they can feel about it or dictate their behavior. All we can do is tell them what they can't do, right? That's government's only power at the end of the day. And so we can tell them that they can't do this. What we can't do is tell them what we wish they would do. And, I think that private property rights and the rule of law is so fundamental to what this country is built on. And, the mayor said, what would a reasonable person sitting in our chair do? And I think we are all reasonable people sitting in these chairs. The four of us were reasonable people sitting out there just a few months ago. And so, to me, my reading of the comprehensive plan and the land development code says that they have followed the rules. And the staff, who is our professional hired help, has said that they have followed the rules. And I am a bit concerned that if we say, thanks, but we think you can't do your job, that's a difficult position to put the staff in. And particularly when you're in a city that is missing a lot of key positions, I think that makes it a very difficult position to put the city in, or our city manager, to try to hire future employees if they think the city commission is going to assume that they are not qualified to do their job. And so I, in this case, am very comfortable feeling like the applicant has followed the rules according to the comprehensive plan and the land development code based on our professional staff that we employ to do this job, thinking that they have done those things. And so that's where I land. I think that for the neighbors, for the folks that live in the condos across the street and the C-Mark and the neighborhoods nearby, do they wish it wasn't happening? Of course they do. Absolutely. But none of us get to dictate what happens on our neighbors' properties. And, I'm the last house on a street that's bordered, that has a commercial building next to me. And, there's any number of things that could happen with that property. Not a single person who lives adjacent to that property bought their property when there wasn't a hotel there. And so, I understand their frustration, and I understand that it's not what they wish would happen, but it comes back to the only power that we have is to say no. We can't tell them what we wish they would build there or what they have to build there. That's not in our power.
I think you make some great points.
Oops, excuse me. I've got a question for my fellow commissioners. For those that I'm sensing are against this project, is there a hotel resort complex in your minds that, wow, that would work for us? That would work for the city and the residents?
So I think Commissioner Marriott has a good, if interesting point to what does our land development code say, right? What are our options, right? We can say yes with conditions, we can say no. Doesn't tell us no, but come back with this, right? That's not an option. That doesn't mean I think your question is, if we were to say no, can we provide some guidance and guidelines and say, okay, if you wanted to reapply, maybe here's some things you could look at. I've thought about this particular question a lot, right? And I think to me it goes back to what's required of us, right? Is to make sure that, so if you go back to the comprehensive plan, one of the things I found really interesting is it's 45 times it says protect. Protect the views, protect this, protect the environment, protect the turtles, the skimmers, and so on. Must have been really important to them to include that so many times. Because I think they recognize that what we have is extremely valuable. It's valuable to us as residents, it's valuable to the applicant. And so I look and say, well, what are the areas that, to me, looking at the land development code and comp plan, okay, where do they fall short, right? Where does it not mesh up? And I'm going to disagree with you on one, and to say that I think the staff got it, I have full confidence in the staff. That's not it. We trust them. But that doesn't mean we can't come to a different conclusion, right? Because I think they look at it and say, okay, well, here's how we would mitigate these issues. But somebody else might look at it and say, well, I don't think you can mitigate the issue, right? You're not preserving the view, you're killing the view, right? So I think one of the ways, and I'm not giving anyone any ideas with, if you get denied, come back with this, it'll get approved. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply thinking in terms of, I think if you had 8 acres, right? If you had a property in the middle, rather than 2 big ones on the side where you're impacting the neighbor, right? I think that certainly would minimize the impact you're having on the views and so on, right? When you're putting all the traffic in the middle, whether it's through curb cuts or something else, where you're directing traffic away from the residential area, rather than you're steering the traffic into the residential area, where it will have maximum impact, the exact opposite of what's, I think there's a way to redo that where you have an integrated resort, just like the comprehensive plan says. And I think there's ways to do it. I think what might have happened in this situation is, what's the most we can squeeze on this lot, right? For the least amount of, what's the biggest bang we can get for our buck? So we're going to keep an old hotel, we're going to tear down derelict property, we're going to clean up this other one. But other than that, there was very little effort to minimize the impact. There was very little effort to minimize the noise and everything that comes with that, the light pollution and so on. There's also not, as a land development code says, it is not a use by right. You get 30 units per acre by right, you go apply for a permit, you build anything you want to 30 units, right? Beyond that, it's an application process. You have to come before the commission, you have to present your case, and then, if you feel that the applicant has met their burden, you approve it, and if you feel that, as the land development code says, if the concerns cannot be resolved you have to deny, right? And I think there's a long laundry list of concerns that were not just not resolved, but they were just dismissed out of hand, like, why are we talking about this? This is not important, right? And again, put yourself in their shoes. If you were a resident living those areas, would you say, yep, I would vote for this right now?
As an incredibly strong believer in private property rights, I would say yes, I would vote for it even if I lived next door.
So I had this conversation with the county commissioner last year, and he said he's a strong believer in property rights. And I said, so am I, but whose property rights are we talking about? Because we
Everybody's
also...
rights to their own property.
Sure, and the neighbors next door would say that they have very strong property rights that they're willing to fight for and protect, and that our land development code and comprehensive plan says it's our responsibility to make sure that those views and vistas are maintained, right? So that's to not, one of the other things that it talks about is having a negative economic impact, right? And this is going to have a significant negative economic impact. I mean, I've got 20 some odd years as a real estate broker. Commissioner, you've got a few as well. I mean, I can't with a straight face tell you that, yeah, you block my views. It's not going to impact my house value at all. Come on. No, absolutely. It will impact your house value. It will have a detrimental impact on not just the quality of life, the quiet enjoyment of those residents, but it will also have an immediate negative impact on their property values. Never mind the years of construction. At least you know that comes to an end eventually. But that view, once it's gone, it is gone. And, you know, we've talked at the last meeting about, well, what happens if they don't follow something, right? Well, you can't unbuild a building, right? We can fine them, we can censure them, we can do whatever we want. But once that conditional use has been issued, it can't be revoked. I mean, in certain instances, music, that kind of stuff, right? You can revoke that. But once the building's built, it's built. Now, what are they going to say? Go ahead and fine us, whatever, right? Now, I will agree with you that dune restoration is important. Mm-hmm. I would venture to say that if the applicant thought it was that important, they would have done it in the last year and a half that they've owned the property, right? If it's going to help with resiliency, if it is really important, I mean, it certainly is. But to me, I look at it and say, well, I'm not going to wait to do something that's really important to me until something else happens. No,
I didn't say it was important to them. I said it's important to the city.
No, absolutely. But it's also important to them if they want to protect their property, right? And they've told us, I mean, Scott's been up here multiple times telling us how that's huge, how that's important, how that, you know, they love doing it. And I say, well, if you love doing it, you should do it anyway, whether you get this approval or not. And I also will say, you know, I think getting the easement along the water line is important. It's good. I don't know that it does what land development code says, and it offsets the concern in a different area. It addresses a problem that we currently don't necessarily have. Now, you know, I think anybody who wants to go back and look at the timestamps from the last meeting on Wednesday, counselor said you can put your chair and your umbrella in front of the building. I would be shocked if that happens, right? So we'll have an easement, but I would love to see where we are in 3 or 4 years, if there's a wall of people, if that's really how it's going to be perceived, or whether it's just, you just get across as fast as you can, which we already do.
I think the other thing that's important to remember when we're looking at this and the comprehensive plan and the land development code is to remember a little bit about where some of the idea behind the comprehensive plan came from. And I moved to St. Pete Beach right at the end of all that being settled. But you know, the Serrata property as it currently sits is non-conforming. Mm-hmm. So they can't tear down the Serrata and build a new one without a conditional use. Mm-hmm. And so the idea behind the 75 units per acre and the greater height was to give an economic incentive for properties to redevelop, to give them enough density and intensity to redevelop at, to make it economically viable so that properties would redevelop instead of just a property owner saying, well, I could never rebuild what I have because it's not conforming. And so I'm just going to keep putting lipstick on a pig until the big hurricane comes. And so I think that's another important thing to keep in mind when we're thinking about this. Because again, we can't compel them to do anything, right? We can be comfortable with the application, with the conditions that it has, which I only listed a few of the benefits, but I think there are many. We're getting, $500,000 extra dollars. We're going to be getting increased ad valorem taxes. We're getting a wider sidewalk. We're getting improved landscaping. We're getting a lot of good things. And if we don't approve the application for the conditional use, we lose the ability to negotiate on a lot of those things depending on what they decide to do. Because we can't compel them to come back with another plan for a different conditional use. We can't compel them to do the project that we wish they might do. They have the right to do with their property what is allowed. And a number of the things that are allowed, and by a number of the things that are allowed, I mean even building a smaller resort that doesn't require conditional use, remove our ability to get some of those benefits. And if we take away the economic incentive to rebuild, it makes the resort owners more likely to just keep limping along with an old building that's not to LEED standard, that's not green, that doesn't have all the benefits that a new building has, that doesn't have resiliency, that doesn't improve the stormwater runoff. And so I think we need to be cognitive of the potential of all of the potential outcomes, including keeping an old hotel limping along without any improvement. And so, on the balance, I think that we need to look at what are the overall benefits, what are the overall, what is for the good of the city, what is for the good of the residents, what is for the good of the small businesses, what is for the good of all the property owners, and on the whole, does the project have more pluses or minuses? And if you start looking at, what is the cost and benefit to one specific person or a small group of people next door, although to them the costs may be significantly worse than the benefits. But our job isn't to look at what is the costs and benefits to a subset of people in the city. It's to look at what is the costs and benefits to the city as a whole.
If I may, Commissioner, just 1 second, because that is actually the opposite of what the Land Development Code says, where it says in section 412A that no unreasonable and disproportionately negative impact are imposed on adjacent and nearby properties. If there is anything that can't be disputed, is that the impact on the C-mark and the two across will be disproportionately negative. That is one of the requirements that they're supposed to mitigate, and they're not, because there is a clear, unreasonable, and disproportionate negative impact on them.
Well, in all fairness, the condos are off the table because they're not adjacent.
Right.
And then when we look at the C-mark, it's really only the south-facing units that are down low. Everybody facing to the west, north, and east still have the same views they've had. So I just wanted to clarify that.
That's half the building?
Hmm?
That's half the building?
I don't think it is.
There are 2 units on each side, so it's this and this is the same number of units.
I guess I got to ask this question one more time, because I hear what Commissioner Marriott's saying, and I have this fear too that we're going to send out this signal that, yeah, we got this large resort district, and yeah, we want to change the tax code, and yes, we're begging for redevelopment, but if we're not careful, I got to make sure everybody sitting here in this commission is okay with something going into these spaces, because the Serrata's got a unique situation. They've got an old hotel in the middle. If they drop that and start all new construction, then they're out of income for years. I don't know how long it takes to build something like that, but, so that's kind of a unique situation. I look forward, and I've heard about the domino effect, and believe me, I understand it. You look at what the trade wind's asking. I peeked at that last night. That's out in public record already for the planning board. And, they're going to be building, in proposal anyway, right up on the other side of the C-Mark with that curved high-rise tower. So they've got a lot more land to play with. The Serrata, I think, has a pretty small, I would call it small, but they have a parcel that's kind of unique, that they would have no income for years if they just tore that thing down. And I mean, I love the idea of shifting it over to the middle, but I'm not sure it's feasible economically.
I think there's a way to do it. Right. It's looking at the current rental rates. I'm not sure that the purchase price necessarily makes sense if you don't have the redevelopment. So I imagine that redevelopment was on the table from day one, and probably even a requirement to make the project feasible long-term. And so, whether it's 6 months or a year additional without revenue, because I think based on the timeline that they've given us is roughly about a year and a half from tearing down and breaking ground with just the JW. So I imagine the same amount of time you could build something else in the middle. I don't think the signal we want to give is like we don't want any development, because we do. Some of these old properties do need to be torn down and revitalized. And that's, again, in the comprehensive plan. Multiple times they talk about demolishing, rebuilding, tearing down. And that's not what's happening. Is we're remodeling an old hotel that has low ceilings and the infrastructure of a very old hotel, rather than giving, again, looking back at what does the plan want, right? It wants redevelopment because it recognizes we have properties from the 70s, from the 60s, even the 50s, right? And some of them are, treasured and dear properties, but some of them are just old and functionally obsolete. And they do need to be redeveloped. And that's not what's happening here. There's an opportunity to do that, but that's not the route that was chosen, right? I think there's a way to do this project nicer and better. But again, we're not here to provide.
I mean this in the least snarky, most respectful manner possible. And I'm sure it's going to come off wrong, and my husband later will tell me that I should have just kept my mouth shut. But anyone who feels that way, that there is a much better way to do this project and that there's a way to do it better that has less impact on the neighbors and that the residents would love and that everybody would really get behind, should buy one of the properties and borrow the money and do it. I think that as a small business owner, I think that sometimes it gets lost in the mix how much risk and vision and heart and soul goes into a project like this. And so you can take any business owner and you can like their personality or not like their personality, or want to do business with them or not want to do business with them, but they're the ones who are willing to put up the money, put up a lot of money up front to come up with the design, take the risk, take all the risk about whether they're successful or not. And so I think that for me, as a much small business owner, I understand the frustration that can come from other people telling you what you should do with your property and your money. And so, I think that it's it's always more fun to tell other people what to do with their money. You know, that's, I love doing that too. I love playing that game of what I would do if I ran the zoo. But at some level, we have to move forward with what we have before us, and we have to decide to vote on it one way or another. And so unless anybody has anything else that they would like to discuss, I would make a motion to approve the resolution with the amended conditions as discussed tonight.
In the interest of getting this going, I'll second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner Resnicki?
Do we want to make sure we have that?
Yes.
Commissioner Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner
No.
Mayor Petrillo?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Still have things on the agenda, right?
Does everybody still have energy to talk about Pass the Grill garbage collection, or do you want to put that off?
Did you keep Mike around for that?
We want to.
Wayne was going to.
Yeah, we want to just make sure that we've captured all of the amendments, because your motion was with the amendments. We want to make sure that we go through these so that we're not missing something that was talked about. Matthew, I think starting off right off the bat, we're switching the fifth whereas clause, the recital, from Mr. Hott to Alan Smallwood. That was one amendment.
Fifth whereas. Allen with two N's is what I have.
Yes.
Smallwood. Matthew McConnell for the record. So moving on to the conditions, if we could.
Okay.
Exhibit A. We can pause for a minute.
You have 18 minutes.
We may need to extend it. Unless
We can get through this in 18 minutes.
Yeah, it's
You can talk fast. You're young.
I definitely can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go to 8.
Okay, so I'm just going to run through them from the top. No changes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. First changes to 8. As proposed by staff, we added or telecommunications leasee. We took out the word C-Mark condominium, replaced that with City of St. Pete Beach. Did the same thing in the last sentence based on the applicant's request.
Correct.
Number 9 was removed based on a consensus from the commission, which was the wind study. Moving on, 18, that's the condition that I have. Access ways must be approved by FDOT. Applicant will meet with FDOT, and essentially whatever FDOT suggests will be administered and approved administratively prior to site plan.
Which number is that?
18.
I don't think that's out of order.
That has to do with the north entrance, I believe.
Has to do with the three.
The entrance, right?
Okay, thank
Right.
Yeah, we can always move it around, but I figured 18 was a good spot for it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Condition 19 was the beach walk, approved as provided in staff's update. Next change was 21. It's kind of a morph. Staff presented some language. The only difference was in subparagraph C, we said utilize the Hotel 3 parking garage facade chosen by the City Commission, comma, after receiving community input from the neighborhood information meeting the applicant will be hosting prior to site plan approval, period.
Okay.
Right.
Could you repeat that one, Matt? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Utilize the Hotel 3 parking garage facade chosen by the city commission, comma, after receiving community input from the neighborhood information meeting the applicant will be hosting prior to site plan approval.
And they'll be taking the 4 they provided tonight.
Thank you for that. After receiving community input from the
4 examples.
4 examples.
Yes.
And then from there, based on community input, we will get a final back to either approve or deny, is that correct?
Strictly for the garage facade, correct.
Okay.
That was what was agreed to? Okay.
Matthew, just to clarify, the garage facade, you mean like the whole front, right? Is this what we're talking about? Like we're going to see the whole, to be able to...
This is just the garage.
Of Hotel 3.
Correct. Yeah. The one where the applicant showed 4 versions.
The renderings that were placed down there were A, B, C, D, and I think that was it, right? And
What
those
I'm
will
saying is that when it comes back to us, we are going to see the full rendering, right? Because if not, we would have decided right now, right? Because it's the same ones, but we're going to see, to be able to get that architectural design or element, you're seeing the whole front, not...
We need as many renderings as possible, to be clear.
With the understanding that
I'd
you're,
be picking right now, if we're just going to give me back the same
Right.
garage renderings that we
I
have.
think with the understanding that the only decision you will have is based on the facade of Hotel 3 garage.
I think what Commissioner Resnicki is referring to, there's 2 separate things. One is we requested a cohesive look of all 3 buildings with renderings, and part of that should show the 2 garages. And then from that, we can pick one of the 4 designs for the garage.
Correct, that's what I understood.
Yes.
When we were talking, because if not, I'd be picking right now.
It's not in the same point.
Was community input.
Yeah, but it's 2 different sections in here. We just put them.
Okay, so I'm jumping. Am I jumping?
It's in 2 different sections, yes.
I think it would be beneficial for the applicant to show that
Yes.
full view, that the only decision that the commission will be making that night will be on the facade of the garage.
Correct. Correct. So it's 21, the first part is the cohesive, unified design, and then the second part is picking a facade.
And I'd just like to comment on that one more time. I hope our input that we provided tonight of those options are considered.
Can I get one clarification? I just want to get a clarification just to make sure that we're giving you what you need back. So I understand that you asked a question that said, will you limit it to these 3? I thought that's what you were asking before. So we will take that input and we will show the rendering and show what each of those different, based on community input and based on those 4 facades, we'll bring that back to you so you can see how it integrates into the site.
Yeah, my question I asked earlier was, are you limiting yourself
sorry.
to those 4?
I thought you said, would you limit?
To make a decision based on that.
Yeah, cool.
And that was the consensus, it would be
Yeah.
limited to the 4.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Resnicki, does that answer your question?
We're gonna get
She's going to bring it in, and she's going to use, honestly, this is video recorded, so you can always rewatch it.
Okay.
22, we added a comma, subject to overall permitted sign regulations in the Land Development Code as amended. That was suggested to you. 23 was approved as provided to you by staff in the updated version. 24 was approved as provided to you by staff in the updated version. 25 was approved as provided to you by staff in the updated version. Moving down to 26K. Staff provided site-wide property compliance. That was approved as is. 28 was approved as provided to you in the staff update. 31 was reverted back to the original condition, which clarified certified Hotel 1 and Silver Hotel 3. 32 was approved as provided by staff. 33, there were 3 words added. All proposed pedestrian pathways, open-air surface parking spaces, and other paved, non-structural, or non-traffic rated surfaces shall be installed with permeable pavers. 34, deletion of install green roofs, so that after that comma, it reads, the applicant shall utilize, I put other techniques demonstrated to reduce the heat island instead of another. 35, based on what staff provided you, was completely replaced to read, notwithstanding conditions 5 and 6, applicant shall provide a solid wall and landscaped screen of at least 120 feet wide and 16 feet in height to mitigate sound and visual impacts on the abutting C-Mark condominium, period. Landscaping species shall be similar to the screen walls located along Gulf Boulevard to provide visual consistency. Now, there was a comma in the one provided to you, but I think the last paragraph, I don't know if that was just a suggestion in the condition that you provided. There was a parentheses, I mean, my apologies. Okay, all right. So I think that meets the intent.
It says the parentheses, the screening will be similar to the screening walls along Gulf northernmost portion of the porte-cochere, at least 100. There was a open-ended parentheses in there, I think.
I'm sorry, that was to just say similar to those along Gulf Boulevard.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no close. That's okay. We understand.
I think the intent was to.
We got it.
Screening wall similar to what? Yes. The new 36 offered you and staff's. We can work on the language here, but essentially the language is going to read as is, with the understanding that the city can waive height and caliber to meet a greater percentage of Florida-friendly ground covers based on the Land Development Code language. That will be administratively approved by the city manager. The new 37 remained unchanged, 38 remained unchanged, 39 remained unchanged, 40 remained unchanged, 41 remained unchanged. The new 42, the applicant shall install in-ground canopy trees adjacent to the expanded frontage sidewalk as viable and to the extent not in conflict with overhead utility lines. In locations where in-ground planting would cause recurring conflicts with underground utilities, the applicant shall install above-ground planters with canopy trees. Canopy trees shall be planted every 30 feet within this zone, period. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, all are unchanged, numbering based on what staff presented you. Those are all the changes I have.
Thank you, Matthew.
Okay.
We good?
Yeah, the vote's been taken. We were just clarifying the exact verbiage to make sure that we got it right. Thank you.
Certainly. Commissioner Lorenzen, are you okay with tabling the discussion on the Paso Grill Alley garbage pickup until next commission meeting?
I believe Wayne's going to give us a quick talk on that.
Your 1 minute.
Yeah.
Our target date is March 11th, which is less than 2 weeks from now. We will be back with alley service 22nd down to 16th, and also behind the what's the name of it? I'm sorry.
Behind the Seahorse.
Seahorse.
And it's only the western alley.
Yeah. So we'll be back. That's our target date. We don't see any reason we won't meet that, and we're already working on the second group of where we have some other obstacles we got to take care of. So.
Great.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne. Staff reports, City Clerk.
I have notes that Commissioner Marriott and Commissioner Resnicki will be unable to attend in person the next meeting on 3/12.
No, sorry, I'm sorry. I should have let you know. I will be here.
You will be here?
I will be here.
And was there a request to appear
Via
by
Zoom.
for you? Okay, thank you.
Any objections to that?
No.
Okay. City Clerk, anything further?
Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
No, sir.
City Attorney?
Only the fact that it's true, as Mr. Rask mentioned to you, he has filed a lawsuit relating to items that I'll be sending to you in an email. We received it today. He's representing himself. He doesn't have an attorney at this point. We've already notified the insurance carrier just because that's the protocol that we have to follow. So I'll give you further updates on that in the future. Okay?
Do we need to schedule another date for another shade meeting to discuss anything else that's on the...
We're waiting for a written confirmation from the attorneys that represent Red, White, and Booze. And so we're supposed to get that this week, hopefully. But I don't want to bring you into a shade meeting until we get something in writing.
I just knew since we have another 2 weeks before we could schedule.
And I have to ask for it here, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I don't have anything concrete to be able to ask for that.
Okay.
But thank you for reminding me of that.
Perfect. District 4?
I still don't have a planning board representative, although I may have one, so I will know in a couple days. And I just want to express my gratitude to everybody on the commission. I know there's a lot to think through, and I don't think any of us took this one lightly, so thanks for all your input.
District 3?
Nothing to report over the district. Been to many association meetings. I think I'm pending one more up and coming, but I don't have a date, so I can't really announce the date. And I also want to thank the staff, city clerk, the applicants and everyone, the attorney, city manager, the planning board, technical review, just all the work that goes into this. You know, wish we did have a rubric as a teacher to be able to outweigh some of what was discussed. But overall, I do believe that what we're doing is to help the city overall in their comprehensive plan. So again, I just want to thank everybody and everybody here and all the words that you've said, because, you know, I was listening intently, and I appreciate it.
District 2?
As far as any updates, I'm still looking for someone for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. And I also just wanted to say thank you to city staff for all the work you've done regarding the CUP and for answering many questions that I had. And also thank you to all my colleagues up here for all the work you've put in. I know it's been a lot. It's been a top priority for me, and I have a business and a baby.
District 1?
Likewise, I really appreciate all of your well-thought-out words and all of the time that you have all spent thinking about this, and it's been a pleasure having this discussion with you all and having this discussion with people who have thought it through very critically and are very passionate, and I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.